This page is the front cover of SEGA Saturn Magazine Volume 7, Issue 426 from 1996. And it's all about the hottest new games coming to the SEGA Saturn. The massive headline screams, "Nights!" letting everyone know that the Sonic development team's latest title, Nights into Dreams, is the big summer sensation. The cover highlights feature articles on a bunch of upcoming games, including Street Fighter Alpha 2, Cyberbots, Enemy Zero, and Tactics Ogre. It also mentions Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Langrisser 2i, and Super Real Mahjong PVI. There's a strategy guide section focusing on the King of Fighters 95 and Virtua Fighter 3, promising to re-examine all aspects of the game. Plus, they're showcasing new SEGA Saturn software with titles like Dark Savior, Albert Odyssey Gaiden Legend of Eldian, Sakura Wars, Darius 2 Gaiden, and more. It's packed with info and definitely hyping up Saturn gamers for a great gaming season. This page seems to be an advertisement for a SEGA Saturn campaign where you can win various prizes. It's called the Get More and More campaign and ran from March 8th to April 30th, 1996. By collecting 2 application stickers, 3,000 lucky winners could choose from a selection of prizes. The prizes are quite diverse, ranging from sports gear like Sega and FIBA branded basketballs, a Nomo 16 baseball shirt, and Adidas Questra bag, to outdoor equipment like a Coleman lantern and Jerry Cosby New York backpack. There's also stationery from Faber-Castell, Zippo lighters, a Citizen Dengen Kun alarm clock, toy racing cars from Nico, a tank model, duffel bags, sunglasses, and even a boogie board. It looks like a general giveaway, with a wide range of desirable items from the 90s era. Sega launched a super gorgeous prizes sticker collection campaign for its Saturn console. Players could win prizes by submitting stickers found in new Saturn software released between March 8th and April 30th, excluding certain titles. The Relax Select course, 2 stickers, offered 3,000 winners a range of prizes like sports equipment, stationery, and novelty items. The SEGA Saturn Excitement course, 3 stickers, had 2 Sega-themed prizes for 2,000 winners. A carrying bag, 1,000 winners, and a SEGA Saturn The Seat, 1,000 winners. The campaign also advertised 3 SEGA Saturn games: Dragon Force, RPG, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, shooting game, and Victory Goal, 96, soccer game. The console's suggested retail price was 20,000 yen. This page is an advertisement for Gameware Magazine, a crime-drama-based magazine for SEGA Saturn. It's highlighting different sections within the magazine. First up is Telecom Town, providing information from Telecom Town, maybe something like online services for Saturn. Then there's interactive advertising, which is game adverts that you can interact with, not just static ads. HG Cup seems to be focused on high scores and pro gamer related content. Digital Gallery features digital artwork and related content, and it specifically mentions digital pinball and the game Last Gladiators. Information is your standard game news and previews section. Finally, shopping is about game-related merchandise, crids, and other things you can buy, probably through mail order. The advert emphasizes that Gameware is a new kind of magazine, in CREDROM format, packed with game demos and information that you can really explore thoroughly. It's launching on April 5th, priced at 1,980 yen. Looks like it's aiming to be a comprehensive gaming magazine for Saturn fans. This page is highlighting the content of Gameware Magazine. It's introducing a new type of game called Serial Game within the magazine format. It mentions several featured games. First, there's Series of Dreams, a serial game with a subtitle, Series OB Dreams, suggesting an ongoing story or episodic content. Then there's Echothon Detective Agency, described as a popular arcade game now available in Gameware. And finally, Pibit Boy's Great Adventure, which seems to be a comedy 3D puzzle game. The page emphasizes that Gameware is a new and fun way to experience games, suggesting it's not just about reading, but also playing and interacting with game content. It's advertising Gameware as being full of games, new and entertaining. The next page showcases a game from GameArts. The page headline screams, "Fierce Battle," and a challenge to the limit, announcing a new type of intense 3D combat featuring advanced mobile weapons. It highlights the cutting-edge 3D technology used to create these fierce battles. The image features two heavily armored mecha robots facing off in a desert landscape, likely giving a glimpse of the game's visual style and atmosphere. This game is clearly positioning itself as a next-generation 3D action experience. This page is an advertisement for Gun, a 3D shooting game on the SEGA Saturn, directly following the previous page's discussion of advanced 3D mecha combat. This ad showcases 4 missions, giving players a taste of the action. Mission 1, Dandelion Seed, sees you disrupting enemy logistics by targeting supply routes. Next. Mission 2, Dark Servant, is a tense night operation in a city, where you eliminate PER forces. Mission 3, Fox Hunt, puts you on the Siberian Railway to intercept and destroy a train. Finally, Mission 4, Bloodstorm, takes place in Mongolia, challenging you to obliterate enemy armored units. Technically, Gun is pushing boundaries with up to 2,500 polygons per screen and 450 per robot, promising smooth and realistic action. The ad emphasizes its motion control, immersive sound design, and cutting-edge 3D graphics. It's currently available for 5,800 yen, a steal for this level of 3D shooter on the Saturn. This page is a full-page advertisement announcing the SEGA Saturn release of the game Azil Bastard Sword, which in Japanese is. The advert proclaims that Zanzaizo is finally appearing on SEGA Saturn, hinting Zanzaizo is a key term related to the game. The artwork features a group of anime-style characters who are likely the main cast of the game, including a striking queen-like figure at the top. Besides promoting the game, the page also advertises a present campaign, a giveaway for users who fill out a questionnaire included with the product. The prizes mentioned are desirable merchandise like cell animation art, signed color paper, and stationery sets. The ad also contains the company information for Nihon Create, the game's publisher, along with their address and contact details. The giveaway was likely timed around May of 1996, based on the text at the bottom right, mentioning 96 May end of month. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game 3x3 Eyes, Legend of the Evil Deity, which is titled in Japanese as 3x3 Eyes, Kyusei Seima Densetsu. The advert highlights the game as an adventure game that faithfully recreates the original world setting of the manga. It emphasizes high-quality animation for the opening movie. The story synopsis mentions that after the battle in the city of Wanli, the unborn characters of Yatsume have turned black. 2 mysterious incidents then occur, with the story unfolding in locations such as Taiwan and Sichuan province in China. The page also lists character names with their voice actors, including Yakumo Fuji, Pai/Sun Qianyan, Hazrat Han, Li Lingling, Steve Long, Benares, Yuehua Meihua, and Jianji. It also notes a SEGA Saturn original opening theme titled Yume Soshite Kare-e, performed by Hayashibara Megumi, indicating it's a special soundtrack for the Saturn version. The release date is set for April 19, 1996, and the price is 7,300 yen, excluding tax. The game is advertised as a 3-disc set, 2 discs plus 1 extra, and exclusive to SEGA Saturn. It also mentions a special Creedrom bonus with recordings of voice actors Hayashibara Megumi and Sujitani Kuji, as well as location scouting footage from Hong Kong, staff interviews, character introductions, and more. This page continues the advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game 3x3 Eyes, Legend of the Evil Deity. It boldly proclaims this adventure game as the first game project for Naoki Prize-winning author Keiju Shimoda. The advert highlights the game's high-quality 3D CG graphics and realistic voice acting by famous voice actors, promising a compelling and immersive experience. It emphasizes the mystery element, stating it's a shocking adventure where mystery calls mystery. The scenario is penned by Keiju Shimoda himself, drawing inspiration from historical Japanese drama and the Northern Dipper faith, promising a grand story packed with witty and unique tricks. There's also a cryptic poem included, talking about queens, kings, death, and sphinxes, which seems to hint at the game's mysterious narrative. It also highlights that Kushibusawa, known for producing the Nobunaga's Ambition series, has returned to adventure games after a decade, bringing his expertise to this beautifully crafted 3D CG adventure, which they boldly claim is 7 times more interesting than previous adventure games. The page features various images, including a skull, a man in vibrant attire, 3D rendered characters, a dog, a mansion, and a clock interface, all contributing to the game's adventurous and enigmatic atmosphere. At the very bottom of the page, there is recruitment information, but it's not directly related to the game itself. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game, The Seventh Guest, known in Japan as Seven Secret Mansions, Mystery Puncher Game. Published by Koei, this mystery adventure game is set in 7 mansions and promises a compelling story that is now unfolding. The page highlights the game's music by Taira Komori, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The game features a variety of characters, especially focusing on the psychological aspects of the female characters, rendered in beautiful 3D graphics to enhance immersion. The page also lists the staff, including the original creator Keiju Shimoda, composer Taira Komori, and the cast featuring names like Hikaru Midorikawa, Mari Mariko Kokufu, Yuri Amano, Rika Fukami, Yuki Hirose, Keiichi Nanba, and Shoichiro Akaboshi. It also mentions narration by Kazuhiko Inoue, and special appearances by Tomokazu Seki and Tomomi Nagano, with Jun Kosuge as producer. The Saturn version is priced at 7,800 yen and comes on 3 cadrons, and is currently on sale. An official guide for 7 Secret Mansions is also advertised and is scheduled for release in April. This page is a showcase for Koei games, continuing from the previous page's theme of Koei publications. The main highlight is Winning Post 2, the second installment in the popular horse racing simulation series, promising an even more realistic experience with exciting race commentary and enhanced visuals. You can see screenshots of the game's interface and racing action. Alongside Winning Post 2, there are adverts for 2 other Koei titles. Admiral's Decision 2, a World War II strategy game, is featured with screenshots of strategic gameplay. Finally, there is Nobunaga's Ambition Returns, a historical simulation game with a focus on Japanese history, showing off its strategic map interface in the screenshots. Winning Post 2 is priced at 9,800 yen, Admiral's Decision 2 at 10,800 yen, and Nobunaga's Ambition Returns at 5,800 yen. The page also includes purchasing information, mentioning credit card acceptance, and a telephone order number. This page continues the showcase of Koei games. The spotlight is on Air Management 96, a business simulation game where you manage an airline. The advert highlights its grand-scale gameplay and realistic graphics, showing in-game screenshots of the world map and a Concorde aircraft. It's priced at 8,800 yen. Below, there's also an advert for Gotha 2, Knights of the Sky, described as a science fiction simulation game where you command a prince in a chaotic war. Screenshots show strategic gameplay and aerial combat. This title is priced at 6,800 yen. Finally, it mentions that Nobunaga's Ambition, featured on the previous page, is a source of inspiration for these new titles, emphasizing Koei's pedigree in strategy and simulation games. The page emphasizes the new graphics and enhanced BGM in these new Koei releases. This page spotlights Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, Wall of Fire, a recognition game they call it. It's advertised as a new style of Three Kingdoms game blending SLG and RPG elements. They are really pushing the power of SLG and RPG to create a new gaming experience. The advert shows in-game screenshots of the strategic map and battle scenes, and it's currently on sale for 8,800 yen. Beneath that, there's a section showcasing Koei's good price lineup. This features the Emit Value Set, which is a bundle of English language learning software. It includes volumes 1 to 3, Toki no Maze, Inori ga Kege no Tabi, and Watashi ni Sayonara o. This set is priced at 15,800 yen, or you can buy the individual volumes for 8,800 yen each. They mention the original story by Jiro Akagawa, character design by Takashi Kawamura, illustrations by Ino Matatsumu, and English education supervision by Katsunori Higashino from Waseda University. The next page is all about Angelique Special, a neo-romance game described as a popular romantic simulation game finally making its appearance. It's all about aiming to become queen and experiencing romance. They're really highlighting the popular voice actors in the game, listing names like Jurius voiced by Toru Furuya, Clavis voiced by Sho Hayami, Randy voiced by Nobutoshi Hayashi, and Lumiere, voiced by Takehito Koyasu, amongst others. They are showcasing a premium present campaign for the game too, where lucky winners can get Angelique special cells, videos, or telephone cards. Below that, there are adverts for other Koei titles. One is for Nobunaga's Ambition, Lord of Darkness, advertised as a historical simulation game using real photos and 3D CG to portray the chaotic world. Another is for Romance of the Three Kingdoms IV, calling it a masterpiece of historical simulation that captures the essence of Chinese unification. And finally, there's an ad for Winning Post X, a horse racing simulation game described as the standard in the genre, where you can savor the emotions of being a horse owner. This page is all about KO Flying Squadron 2, a really quirky action game set in Edo-era Japan during the Bakumatsu period. They're calling it a bizarre and unusual journey through a chaotic magic canon world. The game features characters like Mayu-chan, Kushikaki, and Dr. Stone. And the advert highlights it's set across 5 stages and 19 areas, including places like Karakuri Castle, haunted houses, and aquariums. Below that, there are adverts for 2 other games. First up is Sea Bass Fishing, described as an authentic sea fishing simulation game for enjoying exhilarating fishing at home. It's on sale now. Then there's Thunderhawk 2, a high-speed combat helicopter 3D shooting game promising a super experience battle. This one is also on sale right now. This page is showcasing Puzzle and Action, Sandal Up, highlighting it as a collection of over 27 new minigames. The advert proudly states it's already on sale for 5,800 yen and is receiving good reviews. You can see screenshots of different gameplay types, hinting at both puzzle and action elements. There are also some quirky character designs featured prominently in the advert, giving it a fun and lighthearted vibe. The bottom left corner also mentions Fortune-Telling Story, but it seems to be a separate game being advertised alongside Sandal Up. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game, Istoe Zico Zico no Kangaroo Soccer, which translates to, This is Zico Soccer, fought by Zico. The advert features the famous Brazilian footballer Zico and promotes the game as the Ultimate Soccer Bible. It mentions that the game is receiving good reviews and is available for 5,800 yen. There's a quiz competition where you can win prizes, specifically a full team uniform and Puma soccer shoes. The advert also shows images of the prizes and screenshots from the game, focusing on soccer gear and the game's branding. It seems to be targeting soccer fans and gamers with a chance to win some cool merchandise by participating in the quiz related to the game. The next page showcases 2 SEGA Saturn games that are scheduled for release on April 26th. First up is Donpachi, a vertical scrolling shooter described as a legendary arcade game being ported to the SEGA Saturn. They emphasize the intense action with laser beams, bomber attacks, and impressive boss characters. The Saturn version boasts enhanced graphics, a large number of enemies, and a database mode packed with information, including character introductions and game strategies. For early purchasers, there's a special iron print and a chance to win demon figures via a lottery. Donpachi is priced at 5,800 yen. The second game featured is Devil Summoner, Devil's Encyclopedia, a companion title for Shin Megami Tensei, Devil Summoner. This game appears to be a CG-based encyclopedia that details the demons that appear in Devil Summoner. Like Donpachi, it's also slated for release on April 26th and priced at 2,900 yen. It shares the same first edition bonuses of a special iron print and a lottery for demon figures. The page highlights that this encyclopedia will bring the demons from Devil Summoner to life in CG. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Gusun Oyoyo S, described as a dungeon escape puzzle action game. It's highlighted as being on sale now and priced at 6,800 yen. The advert lists several enhancements for this ease version, including an increase in the number of stages, supposedly greatly increasing the game's volume. Players can choose between 2 voice types, likely arcade and Saturn versions. There are also additions to the music and graphics, suggesting new music and updated visuals to enjoy. An omake or bonus feature is the inclusion of CM films, likely TV commercials, which are recorded in the game. Finally, a new mode has been added, described as a completely original mode that can only be experienced on the SEGA Saturn. The characters are cute and cartoonish, and the screenshots show gameplay involving puzzle solving and platforming in dungeon-like environments. This advertisement promotes two arcade shooting games coming to the Sega Saturn, Night Striker S and Metal Black. Night Striker S, a city breakthrough shooting game, features the inter-gray vehicle battling through a city, with branching paths, multiple endings, CG cutscenes, and mission stick compatibility. It was to be released in June for 5,800 yen. Metal Black, a peace recovery shooting game, focuses on the ultimate weapon, Nemesis, awakened to save a dying planet. It features a power-up system using neutron plasma, battles across diverse stages, boss fights, and large energy explosions. Released on May 24th for 5,800 yen, it promised action from Earth to space. The ad highlights both games as major arcade hits, emphasizing intense shooting and unique gameplay, and concludes with a recruitment call for various development roles. This page introduces Sword and Sorcery, part of the Riglord saga, and developed by Microcabin, billing it as a fantasy RPG that will become a most beloved legend. The game's tagline suggests a protective theme, where you must protect someone unknown. The story revolves around a small magical girl named Russian and her 4 companions, starting their adventure after meeting Elgoat and small creatures in Pinnacathek Tower. The page highlights 3D battle areas, emphasizing tactical combat and command selection. It boasts a cast of talented voice actors bringing life to the unique characters, including Russian voiced by Megumi Hayashibara, Biomelda by Yoko Ishimori, and Miminga by Yumi Tuguma, among others. There's an announcement of a special gift campaign. The first 300 buyers of Sword and Sorcery will receive original animation cells from the opening movie as a release commemoration. Sword and Sorcery was set to launch in May 1996. With a standard price of 6,800 yen. Finally, the page includes a recruitment notice seeking talented individuals skilled in 3D visuals for game development. This page is dedicated to the arcade hit Revolution X, a game where Aerosmith rocks. The page is visually intense, showing a massive army, tanks marked with NOW, and helicopters, all topped off by a figure resembling a rock star, presumably from Aerosmith. The main text highlights the game's full-on arcade action, emphasizing how Aerosmith is essential to the experience. It mentions that the band members need rescuing, and that the game's background music, of course, features Aerosmith's rock anthems, creating a high-energy experience. There's also a promotion for official Aerosmith goods being given away, including tour merchandise like t-shirts, baseball caps, and towels. The page also shows some in-game screenshots, giving a glimpse of the action. Finally, it's mentioned that Revolution X is now on sale for Super Famicom and PlayStation, but the Saturn version is advertised too, with a price of 5,800 yen and a release date of April 26th. This page is an advertisement for YAG Animation College, targeting new students starting in April of Year 9 of the Heisei era, 1997. The ad boldly claims that if you're a Yancha type, meaning energetic and mischievous, who feels no one understands them, then this school is for you, and you'll definitely succeed here. It emphasizes that digital art is the future, and that the school aims to nurture artists for this field. The school boasts about its natural qualification acquisition system, highlighting benefits like 24-hour health and medical consultation, accommodation for all applicants at 320,000 yen per year, and post-graduation accommodation and support. Special students can also receive 120,000 yen per year in scholarship aid. The ad lists various courses available, covering areas such as animation, CG, special effects, manga, illustration, game graphics, and more, aiming to provide a wide range of skills for the animation industry. They also have free trial days available, with schedules listed for different locations in Japan. Finally, the ad details how to apply, asking prospective students to send a postcard, and provides the school's address and contact phone/fax numbers in Tokyo. The next page showcases the Sega Saturn game, Angel Paradise Volume 1, Koi no Yokan in Hollywood, a communication title from Sammy. This game features the popular idol, Sakamoto Yuko, and is described as a private travel experience with her. You get to enjoy original video footage and solve video puzzles, while deepening your communication with Yuko. It's advertised as a new type of entertainment software that lets you date an idol on your monitor. A key selling point is the ending theme song sung by Sakamoto Yuko herself. The game was released on April 19th for 5,800 yen. Alongside the game, there are mentions of related releases like an image video and photo book called Premiere, and a visual MOOC series titled Yuko. Additionally, it teases Angel Paradise Second Bullet, featuring idol Yoshino Kana, scheduled for release this summer. This page is dedicated to Mortal Kombat 2 for the Sega Saturn, promoting it as the complete edition, and announcing it's now on sale. The advertisement also mentions the price of the Saturn game at 5,800 yen and states it's currently in stores. Furthermore, the page highlights the release of the Mortal Kombat movie in cinemas, noting that the game includes a 6,000-second digital movie, emphasizing its connection to the film. It also carries an 18+ age rating. This page is a striking full-page advert for Mortal Kombat 2 on the Sega Saturn. The dominant image is a terrifying close-up of Shao Kahn, a major villain in the game, presented in a very dramatic and menacing way. The Japanese text vertically aligned on the right side translates to, "Welcome to the endless hell of fighting," perfectly capturing the brutal and intense nature of Mortal Kombat. At the bottom you can clearly see the Midway and Acclaim logos, along with the Mortal Kombat 2 copyright information, reinforcing that this is indeed an advertisement for the game on the Sega Saturn. It's a visually impactful ad that really emphasizes the darker and more aggressive aspects of Mortal Kombat 2. This page showcases an advertisement for the Sega Saturn puzzle game, My Best Friends. The advert highlights that it features a total of 5 main characters, and suggests a storyline where after-school angels are waiting. The game is described as a jigsaw puzzle where players complete snapshot-style pictures within a time limit. Successfully completing puzzles unlocks movie scenes in 4 stages. The goal is to clear the puzzles as quickly as possible to unlock private time with the after-school angels. Key features mentioned include variable movie scenes depending on clear time, animation and voice acting, and a replay function to view scenes whenever you want after clearing the character's puzzles. The advert also states it is currently on sale, aimed at Sega Saturn owners aged 18 and over, classified as a puzzle game for 1 player, and priced at 6,800 yen. This page is an advertisement for the Sega Saturn game Mahjong Dukyusei Special. It's all about sexy voices from luxurious voice actors and matching nice bodies, promising a climax with beautiful women. The game seems to revolve around mahjong, with the tagline suggesting you need to reach with your skills, and hinting at nudity and stimulating gameplay that will challenge your mind. They're boasting about 120% fun and 200% excitement, filled with captivating techniques. There are 6 anime-style girls featured here, each with their name, age, and blood type. We have Sakuragi Mai, Kurokawa Satomi, Saito Mako, Masaki Natsuko, Tamachi Miyuki, and Serizawa Yoshiko. The advert also details 2 versions of the game, a first-run premium version priced at 8,800 yen, and a regular version for 6,800 yen. The premium edition comes with a portrait CD and a lottery, where 600 lucky people can win a set of 3 telephone cards featuring the 6 characters. This page is an advert for Can Ken Bunny Premiere, a PC adventure game classic, now hitting the Sega Saturn. They are boasting about bringing this popular title to the Saturn with enhanced visuals, using 32,000 colors to make it look even better than the original PC version. The advert features 6 anime-style girls, suggesting a dating sim or visual novel kind of experience. There's a Q&A section addressing common questions, like confirming it's an 18+ game and that the Saturn version has the same content as the PC release, just prettier. They're also running a campaign where you can get a special original poster by sending in an application postcard included in the game package. The game is priced at 5,800 yen and supports the shuttle mouse. It sounds like they're really pushing the visual upgrade and faithfulness to the PC version for Saturn gamers. This page showcases 2 book releases. The top part is an advert for Game Machine is Daisy Daisy's Song, a book written by Yumine Ono and illustrated by Yukio Mizutama. It's based on popular Super Famicom columns and focuses on the theme of games. The text suggests it's a lighthearted and enjoyable read, with perspectives from the author, who is described as a woman and someone who may not be the typical hardcore gamer, bringing a unique viewpoint to the world of games. The book is 240 pages and priced at 1,000 yen. Below this, there's an advert for Super Famicom All Game Catalog Volume 3, edited by the Super Famicom editorial department. It's a comprehensive catalog of Super Famicom games released up to January 31st, 1996, aiming to be a complete preservation guide. It promises detailed information on game content, specs, reviews, reader polls, and charts. The book also includes indexes, release date information, sales rankings, and other data. It's 224 pages in full color and priced at 1,200 yen. Finally, at the bottom, there is an advert for a new RPG fantasy book series titled Battlefield Maidens. This series focuses on women who lived through history and uses historical facts as a base to explore various female battles around the world. It aims to portray the beauty, strength, and sadness of these women in a way that's interesting from historical and folkloric perspectives. This book is priced at 2,000 yen. This page is an advertisement for the Cyber Troopers Virtualon Operating Manual. It's designed to help you become an excellent Virtuoid pilot in the popular arcade game Virtualon. This manual promises to teach you everything from basic techniques to advanced combat strategies, even including 3D maps and complete guides to counter enemy attacks. It's scheduled for release in mid-May for 1,500 yen and is published by SEGA Enterprises in 1995, distributed by SoftBank. This page showcases a collection of perfect guides from SEGA Saturn Magazine, focusing on popular games. First up is the Virtua Fighter 2 Perfect Guide, promising complete mastery of all 11 characters, including Dural. It's packed with techniques, hidden moves, and strategies, re-edited from articles previously featured in the magazine. Next, we have the Guardian Heroes Perfect Guide for the Saturn Action RPG. This guide aims for complete conquest of the game, covering all 45 characters and providing a detailed story mode walkthrough. It's designed to be essential for fully enjoying Guardian Heroes. Moving on, there's the Tower Perfect Guide, known internationally as SimTower. This guide covers the popular PC simulation game Saturn and 3D versions, highlighting twin tower construction, layout options, and new features added from the PC version. It's a complete strategy guide to master SimTower. Finally, we have the Theme Park Perfect Guide, compatible across DOS/V, Mac, PlayStation, Saturn, and 3D platforms, promising to be the definitive guide for the game. This page is the contents page for SEGA Saturn Magazine, Volume 7 from April 26, 1996. The cover story on page 42 is about Nights into Dreams, highlighted as a dream project from the Sonic development team, promising to be the biggest topic of the summer. Page 49 is packed with special features and game previews including Street Fighter Alpha 2, Marvel Superheroes, and a bunch of Capcom titles like Mega Man X3, Mega Man 8, Mega Man X4, and Super Ghouls and Ghosts, which is listed as Arthur and Astro's Demon World Village. There's also Super Buster Bros. Collection, Cyberbots, Enemy Zero, Legend of Galactic Heroes 3, a game called Gekka Mugentan, Toriko, Ogre Battle, The March of the Black Queen, Tactics Ogre, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Langrisser 2i, Night Striker S, and Super Real Mahjong Zix. Intriguingly, there's also a feature called Execution Photos, What Did the Bound Girls See? Page 74 features a special section aimed at new SEGA Saturn owners, welcoming them and offering 37+ alpha tips and information for spring. Finally, page 84 has a strategy special for The King of Fighters 95. The page also features an image of a muscular 3D rendered character, possibly from one of the featured games. This SEGA Saturn news page showcases a variety of game releases and upcoming titles. Released games include several slot shooting games, Battle Arena to Shinden Yura, Wipeout, and Skull Fang. Upcoming titles are diverse, featuring RPGs like Thor, Spirit King Chronicle, and Dark Savior, along with Dodonpachi and Sakura Wars. The page also advertises a SEGA Saturn Soft Complete Guide, offering strategies for games like Gradius Deluxe Pack, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, and Street Fighter 02. Furthermore, it teases updates from SEGA's AM3 and AM2 research divisions, hinting at new projects. A game index with page numbers P35 to P239 provides easy reference to the articles. This page is an advertisement for the SEGA Saturn game Sentimental Graffiti. The page is announcing a great adventure and highlights the game's release in spring 1996. It promotes the game with bold text and colorful imagery. Features mentioned include 3D ocean movement mode, cinematic visual movie scenes, and a free trading system. The 3D Ocean mode boasts realistic sea battles using polygon graphics and a 360-degree view. The cinematic visuals promise impressive movie scenes within the game. The free trading system allows players to buy and sell items and monsters at over 50 towns and villages, adjusting prices dynamically. The advert also mentions a prize giveaway of an original keyholder. At the bottom, it states the release date is April 19, 1996. And the suggested retail price is 6,800 yen. This page from SEGA Saturn magazine highlights news and information. It mentions that SEGA Saturn had a successful launch, selling 100,000 units within a week. An event was held on March 27 to announce major software titles. The article mentions a Bomberman battle for 10 players and announces licensing and original major titles. The article specifically names 2 games, Enemy Zero and Saturn Bomberman, with a photo of the game screen and possibly another original action title called Knights. Another section reports on the second All-Japan Puyo Puyo Masters Tournament, sponsored by Compile, on March 24. It states that 18,170 people attended the event, and there was a big Puyo Puyo battle. The article suggests Puyo Puyo is becoming a national game. There is a photo of the tournament with a large screen showing gameplay and crowds of people. On the left side of the page, there is a feature on Rika Tajima and her song Arigatou, Thank You, which is mentioned as a single released on April 24 and is the theme song for Tue Emi. It talks about her personality and interests and mentions her birth year as 1977 and place of birth as Niigata Prefecture. It seems like a profile piece connecting her music to the Sega Saturn in some way. Perhaps the song is used in a game or promotion, although it is not explicitly stated here. This page covers various game-related announcements and music releases. A 2-day Bomberman Hunter launch event offered party tickets as prizes. Game Studies by Kazuhiko Hirabayashi analyzes video games. And a wedding visual book caters to fans. Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water video CD offers anime content, and Sound of Tower features the game soundtrack. Additionally, a Blue Kun coloring contest takes place at GameShop Blue stores nationwide. Music releases are also featured, including albums by Elephant Kashimashi, Hiroki Wada, Sky of Escaphone, Anime, Flame Amp, and several game soundtracks like Capcom Game Soundtrack 19XX and Wrinkle Liver Story. These include soundtracks and singles tied to anime and games, with April release dates. The latest sales charts for Sega Saturn and arcade games reveal a vibrant scene. On the Saturn, Gungriffon, the Eurasian Conflict leads the top 10 soft sales chart, followed by Panzer Dragoon Zwei and Vampire Hunter. The top 10 includes a mix of new and established titles like Virtua Fighter 2 and Sega Rally Championship. In the arcade scene, Street Fighter 02 tops the top 5 arcade video games chart, with Virtua Fighter 2 and Den-O Senki Virtualon following. Virtua Fighter Kids is noted for its continued popularity. The article highlights the success of titles like Sonic the Fighters and Last Bronx in keeping arcades lively. With strong sales, price drops, and initial shipment figures, both the console and arcade markets are thriving for Sega. This page showcases 2 interesting US voted charts related to the Sega Saturn. The first chart, titled Sega Saturn Want to Convert Top 20, reveals the games Saturn owners most desire to see ported to their system. Top requests include the Final Fantasy series, Dragon Quest series, Virtua Cop 2, and Real Bout Fatal Fury, showing a demand for RPGs and popular arcade titles. Other notable mentions include Super Robot Wars, Dragon Knight, Virtua Striker, Namco Museum, and Phantasy Star, alongside titles like Ah, My Goddess, Ray Earth, and Sonic the Hedgehog, indicating a diverse range of desired ports from various platforms. The second chart, Sega Saturn Hopeful New Soft Top 15, lists the most anticipated upcoming games for the Saturn. Leading the pack is Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness, followed by Fighting Vipers and No No Mura by Yoin no Hitobito. The page highlights Cyberbots as having dedicated stick support confirmed and praises the graphics and gameplay of Fighting Vipers, mentioning potential demo releases. No No Mura by Ofino Hitobito is noted for its mature themes and high anticipation. Other games in this chart include Sakura Wars, Tokimeki Memorial, Forever With You, Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Dukyusei If, Samurai Spirits Zankuro Musuken, and Lunar Silver Star Story, pointing towards a strong lineup of upcoming titles across different genres for Saturn fans to look forward to. This Sega Saturn document showcases reader opinions and upcoming game reviews. An odds table ranks games like Virtua Fighter 2, Vampire Hunter, and Guardian Heroes based on reader feedback. The document then reviews new releases. Panzer Dragoon Zwei receives high praise for its graphics and immersive gameplay, evolving the original World Advanced Daisen Ryaku.
Sakusen File is lauded as an enjoyable simulation game with improved visuals and map design. Gungraphon. The Eurasian conflict is recognized for challenging gameplay and realistic mecha action, though noted for its demanding difficulty. Finally, Panzer Dragoon Zwei is highlighted again as a highly recommended title. This page features Sega Saturn game reviews and rankings. The odds table Saturn B continues listing games by rank and score based on reader votes. Reviews include Neon Genesis Evangelion, praised for its faithful adaptation of the anime. Sea-Base Fishing, a realistic fishing simulator. The Tower, a surprisingly engaging block stacking game. Sunset Serenade, a charming puzzle game. Four-Pillar Destiny Tarotgraph, fortune-telling software. Alone in the Dark 2, a well-regarded adventure game. And Magical Drop, a challenging puzzle game. A section highlights School Ghost Story Emperor, quote, currently ranked low, and setting up a future critical review. This page showcases more Sega Saturn game reviews and reader polls. We see the continuation of the odds table Saturn B, ranking of Saturn peripherals based on user votes. It lists various arcade sticks, controllers, and memory carts with their ranks and average scores. At the top is the Real Arcade VF stick, followed by the Bargain and Fighting Stick SS. It seems like fighting game peripherals are popular. There are 3 game reviews featured. First up is the King of Fighters 95, which reviewers note has some glitches, but the character designs and fighting are solid. They mention the command inputs being easier than arcade versions, and the gameplay being enjoyable despite some difficulty. Next is Dragon Force, which is praised for its large-scale battles and impressive visuals, especially the detailed characters. Reviewers mention the strategy elements are deep, and the story is engaging, although one reviewer found the ending a bit lacking. Lastly, we have Victory Goal 96, a soccer game. It's highlighted for its realistic motion capture and smooth player movements. Reviewers appreciate the controls and find it an enjoyable soccer title, though some mention the CPU can be quite challenging. There's also a section about a reader participation event, Sega Saturn Readers Race, where readers can predict game rankings to win prizes like joysticks and power memory. They are calling for entries and explaining how to participate using postcards, asking for game ratings and comments. It mentions the deadline for entries is April 23rd. This page is all about the upcoming Sega Saturn game Nights into Dreams. It's being hyped as the biggest title of the summer and is predicted to be a massive worldwide hit. The page proudly announces that this new action game, Nights, is presented by Sonic Team, the same team behind the global phenomenon Sonic series, headed by the renowned Yuji Naka. They emphasize that Nights will take the world by storm, just like Sonic did. The advert highlights the impressive 3D CG graphics and the feeling of floating freely in the 3D world. It mentions that the Saturn's processing power allows for unprecedented action gameplay and a sense of freedom. The beautiful CG graphics are also emphasized, showcasing the dreamlike world players can explore. In a special report section, it's revealed that Nights is a Sega release planned for this summer. The price is still undecided, and the genre is listed as ACT, meaning action game. The completion rate is currently at 50%. Overall, the page is building excitement for Nights into Dreams as a visually stunning and innovative action game for the Sega Saturn. This page continues to hype up the new Sonic Team action game, Nights into Dreams. Announcing its unveiling on March 27th at the Sega New Product Presentation, it emphasizes that Nights is the latest creation from Sonic Team, the masterminds behind the massive hit Sonic the Hedgehog. The article reiterates the 3D action focus, highlighting the freedom of flight within a beautifully rendered 3D dream world. There's a section that asks, "What's Sonic Team?" explaining that this legendary team within Sega CS created the Sonic series, a global phenomenon.
It notes that Sonic Team is made up of elite developers who have consistently pushed boundaries. They are known for not just catering to hardcore gamers, but also attracting fashion and music creators, contributing to Sonic's wide appeal. The team is described as aiming to create games that become globally recognized brands, reflecting their ambition and high standards. Another section showcases Sonic Team's representative works, listing Sonic the Hedgehog released in July 1991, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 released in November 1992, and Sonic the Hedgehog 3 released in May 1994, along with Sonic and Knuckles released in October 1994. These are presented as examples of Sonic Team's legacy and track record of success, setting the stage for Knights to follow in their footsteps. The page features screenshots of Knights in action, showing off its vibrant and dreamlike 3D environments. This page is an interview with key members of Sonic Team about their new game, Knights into Dreams. We have Yuji Naka, the producer, Naoto Oshima, the director and character designer, and Takashi Iizuka, the main planner. The interview kicks off with Naka expressing excitement about finally unveiling the new Sonic Team game. They discuss the game's theme of flying as an action game, naturally following on from the Sonic series on the Saturn. Naka mentions initially wanting to make the main character human, but was advised against it, which led to creating a non-human character to embody the freedom of flight in dreams. The interview highlights the move to 3D graphics, with Naka explaining it was a natural progression to express the game's themes effectively on the Saturn hardware. He emphasizes that they weren't obsessed with polygons just for the sake of it, but chose 3D to best represent what they wanted to achieve visually. Okushima adds that the core stance remains unchanged from their Mega Drive days, even with the Saturn's capabilities. He points out that emotion is what they prioritize most in their games. Iizuka talks about the player character embodying the dreams of children, and emphasizes making the controls intuitive and enjoyable, aiming for a game that anyone can pick up and play. They are very excited about the immersive experience that Knights offers, inviting players to look forward to it. Knights into Dreams, developed by Sonic Team, takes place in the Knights dimension, a dream world shaped by human consciousness. The game's core theme revolves around reclaiming dreams and hope. This world is divided into Dream, a beautiful, pleasant area reflecting positive thoughts, and Nightmare, a scary zone born from fear, inhabited by enemies called Nightmarans. The game originated from Yuji Naka's concept of flying in the sky, evolving from the Sonic series. The idea of flying freely within a dreamscape became central to the game. Development prioritized the dream theme, influencing world design and character creation. Knights into Dreams aims to immerse players in a deeply psychological experience. It was showcased at European and American game shows in 1993. This page continues talking about Knights into Dreams. Quote, from Sonic Team, focusing on the charm and characters of the game, Yuji Naka, in an interview, mentions that their mission is to create characters that evoke nostalgia and freshness, aiming to give dreams to children all over the world, much like Sonic. The page then delves into the characters, specifically Knights. Naka explains that the characters in Knights are designed to exist in two layers: Dreamworld inhabitants and children in the real world. Knights is described as a Nightmarian, but also a bad hero who fights to protect Knights and steal the power of nightmares, positioning them as a new kind of hero from Sonic Team. The page details the inhabitants of the Knights' dream world, introducing Nightopians and Nightmarans. It explains that the dream world reflects the consciousness of people, with pleasant dreams forming the dream area, and nightmares creating the scary nightmare zone. Both exist in a place called the Night Dimension. Finally, it introduces the players' representatives in the game, who are teenage boys and girls. These young people, living in the real-world town of Twin Seeds, enter the dream world and meet Knights, embarking on an adventure. The page highlights two characters, Elliot and Claris, as the representatives of the players in this dream world story. This article reviews the gameplay and controls of Knights into Dreams. It emphasizes the game's accessibility, with simple controls suitable for all ages, mirroring Sonic's directional pad and button setup. The L and R buttons add advanced techniques. The game unfolds in 4 stages. A child enters the dream world, meets Knights, explores dreamscapes like Claris's Dream, and battles the Nightmaran, Wiseman. The core gameplay involves flight with drill-dash-flight, directional maneuvers, and an encircle attack system, using the paraloop to defeat enemies. The reviewer praises the intuitive controls, freedom of movement, and satisfying action. They highlight the depth achievable despite the straightforward controls, anticipate the advantages of analog controls, and are captivated by the dream-based stage progression. The article previews Nights into Dreams, featuring comments from Sonic Team and AM2's Mr. Suzuki. Key highlights include the near-complete opening movie blending, CGI, and in-game scenes. The soundtrack will incorporate diverse genres, including a duet similar to the theme song. Sonic Team is focused on creating an immersive dream world setting. The game will feature rival characters and is designed for a broad audience. Mr. Oshima envisions a separate Knights world, potentially as expansive as the Sonic universe, hinting at a broader character roster. Cover art showcases Knights in a twin-image style, symbolizing reality and dreams, with a focus on night and sky. The article concludes by promising more gameplay details in a future issue. Capcom announced a lineup of 9 new games for the Sega Saturn, showcasing various genres with screenshots. The focus is on bringing arcade hits to the console, including Street Fighter titles, and rapidly porting popular series. Sega's vice president highlighted strong Saturn sales and the importance of supporting developers. Capcom's president aims for 23 major annual releases, with the development head emphasizing their desire to create engaging games. The announced games include Street Fighter 02, Street Fighter Alpha 2, Marvel Superheroes, Cyberbots, Rockman X3 and X4 and 8, Mega Man, Arthur to Astarte no Mazimakura, Puzzle Fighter, Super Puzzle Collection, and Jingai Makyo, Mahjong. This diverse collection demonstrates Capcom's commitment to the Saturn and its players. This page is dedicated to Street Fighter Alpha 2, rapidly confirmed for home release this winter after its arcade launch. The article emphasizes the quick turnaround for console players and highlights new gameplay systems, including the original combo system for deeper combat. New characters are showcased: Rolento, Zangief, Dalsim, and Jen. Also making her debut is Sakura, a schoolgirl character with a special admiration for someone. This page highlights the brand new original combo system in Street Fighter Alpha 2 for the Saturn. It's explained as a way to create unique combos by pressing punch and kick buttons together, managed by a gauge timer on screen. This system allows for more personalized and powerful combos compared to the standard chain combos. The page also talks about changes to the Zero system, breaking it down into Zero counter, chain combo, and super combo aspects. It sounds like there are tweaks to Zero counters and chain combos to make them more effective and engaging. Super combos seem to remain largely the same in terms of system mechanics. Towards the bottom, there are congratulatory messages on the game's Saturn production decision from Capcom staff and magazine writers. Kinoshita Hironobu from Capcom mentions the quick arcade to Saturn release and is excited for players to explore the depth of the original combo system. Sakura Ayaji, a writer, is already playing 02 and enjoys the speed and original combos, finding it reminiscent of earlier games. Masa, another writer, is also hyped about the Saturn version and mentions pre-ordering the game. Aoyama Yoko, also a writer, reflects on the arcade release and the anticipation for the console version, hoping for shorter loading times in the Saturn version. They all seem genuinely excited for Street Fighter Alpha 2 on the Saturn and eager for players to experience the new gameplay features. This page is all about the hyped-up arrival of Marvel Superheroes on the Sega Saturn. It's announced as a popular American hero fighting game that's hitting the Saturn. The page highlights the game's exciting aerial combat, boasting that mid-air combos are at your command. We get a peek at some in-game action, with screenshots showing off characters like Iron Man battling Psylocke and Spider-Man going up against Juggernaut. The character select screen is also shown, featuring fan favorites like Wolverine and Magneto, confirming a roster of familiar faces. There's talk about the gem system, which sounds like it enhances the strategic depth of battles by allowing you to use 6 types of gems to gain special abilities. These gems can grant effects like barriers or speed boosts and seem crucial for mastering your chosen hero. Also featured is the Infinity Special, described as a flashy, screen-filling attack, similar to the Hyper X from the X-Men game, known internationally as X-Men, Children of the Atom. It seems to be a powerful stock-based attack that can deal massive damage. The page generally conveys excitement for this new Marvel brawler coming to Saturn, emphasizing its action-packed gameplay and strategic elements. It positions Marvel Superheroes as a thrilling follow-up for fans of the X-Men game already on the Saturn. The next page spotlights Mega Man X3 hitting the Sega Saturn. This latest installment in the action-packed series promises to build upon the gameplay with more intense action and stages. It seems like they are emphasizing the new anime opening sequence, telling players to pay attention to it. The page highlights that with each game in the series, the action and items have increased. Mega Man X3 on Saturn adds air dashing and powered-up armor parts with enhancement chips. They mention that mastering dash techniques is essential, and choosing from the initial 8 stages remains the same as previous games. A key point is that Zero can be used in this game. The screenshots showcase Zero in action, with text explaining that while Zero's shots might be weaker, his close-range sword attacks are powerful, though hitting enemies with it can be tricky. The reviewer section talks about the Rockman, or Mega Man series, reaching 32-bit on Saturn, starting with X3, and continuing with X4 and Mega Man 8. It's recommended for fans of the series and those who enjoy action games. The reviewer seems pleased with the animation in the opening and boss fights and notes that kanji is used in character dialogues, hinting at a deeper story experience. Capcom is releasing several new games. Mega Man X4 for the Saturn will feature anime scenes and enhanced action for X. Mega Man 8, part of the original Mega Man series, is also in development for the Saturn, promising a different experience with expanded content due to Cladrom capacity. Capcom is seeking fan ideas for boss characters. Additionally, Arthur and Astaroth's Mysterious Demon World Village, a puzzle game based on ghosts and goblins and inspired by Incredible Tunes, will be released. Super Pen Collection, a simple puzzle game, is also planned. Capcom hints at more ports, including Street Fighter Zero 2 and Vampire Hunter: Dungeons & Dragons. Shadow over Mystara, a side-scrolling action game, is coming to Saturn approximately 6 months after its arcade release. This page is all about the exciting news that Cyberbots: Full Metal Madness is coming to the Sega Saturn. It's announced as a fan-requested port, and the magazine is celebrating the decision. They highlight the deep story, where 7 characters are involved in events related to Earth's survival, promising character changes by the end of the story. The gameplay is praised, particularly the VA, or Variant Armor System. They emphasize the weighty feeling and impactful sound of the robots, along with the visual impact of the explosions. The reviewer seems really impressed by the controls, mentioning easy dashes, weapon button usage, and deep combo potential, differentiating it from other fighters like Darkstalkers and Mutant Fighter, highlighting the unique appeal of Cyberbots. There's even a graph showing the popularity and fan demand for a Cyberbots Saturn port, which has been steadily increasing. The article finishes by thanking fans for their support and anticipating original Saturn elements in the final release. This page is bursting with news about Warp's latest project, Enemy Zero, making its way to the Sega Saturn. The headline shouts about the shocking Saturn entry, and the article details the buzz surrounding the game. Apparently, at a PlayStation Expo event on March 27th, Warp showcased Enemy Zero. It sounds like the presentation included showing the PlayStation logo before switching to the Saturn logo, causing quite a stir and drawing comments from Sega's representatives. The president of Warp, Mr. Eno, is quoted saying, "EO will be released on Saturn, and the PS version will be indefinitely postponed." The page also features photos from the event. One set of images depicts a presentation where the PlayStation logo transitions to the Saturn logo, with people in suits and what looks like promotional models. Another picture shows what seems to be a press event at a hotel, maybe the Tokyo Prince Hotel, marking the official Saturn announcement for Enemy Zero. The article mentions that this news caused quite a reaction at the PS Expo and among the press, with Sega representatives smiling at the Warp booth's video presentation. The game itself is described as an interactive movie, spread across 4 discs, and is slated for release in autumn, at a price of 6,800 yen. This interview with Warp's president, Kenji Ino, discusses the shift of Enemy Zero from the PlayStation to the Sega Saturn. Ino defends the move, citing the Saturn's potential, particularly for CD-quality sound, and prioritizing user experience over console favoritism. The article further details digital nostalgia and sound, the world of Enemy Zero. The game centers on the crew of the Virgil J. Aki, hunted by an invisible enemy, requiring players to rely on sound and memory for survival. The development team includes acclaimed talent like character designer Satoshi Kon and composer Michael Nyman. Enemy Zero's innovative gameplay revolves around using a VPS to locate and defeat the unseen enemy, with an emphasis on auditory cues and hints at network features. The game promises a unique, sound-driven horror experience exclusive to the Sega Saturn. This page announces the release date for Fatal Fury 3, Road to the Final Victory, confirming it for May 31st. The article highlights that this game is coming hot on the heels of King of Fighters 95 and aims to keep the fighting game excitement going. They showcase in-game screenshots featuring classic characters like Terry and Bogey Bogard, and also new faces such as Mai Shiranui and Blue Mary. The text emphasizes the unique 3-line fighting system, allowing for strategic movement and attacks, plus the combo system and special moves. It mentions that techniques mastered in the arcade version can be used in the home console release. The overall tone is very enthusiastic, promoting the game as a must-have for fighting game fans. This page shines a spotlight on Getsuka Ryoran Trico, which is being presented as a proper psycho-suspense thriller. SEGA is releasing this adventure game, and it's slated for a June launch, priced at 5,800 yen. This is a single-player experience, and the article emphasizes its 3-year development period and the fact that it's spread across 2 crydroms, suggesting a really substantial game. They describe it as a real CG movie adventure, putting focus on the graphics, direction, and the scenario, which is written by mystery novelist Takemoto Kentaro. The screenshots give us a sneak peek into the game's atmosphere and characters. It's revealed that the main character, Fred, begins with amnesia, setting up a mystery-focused storyline. The page also boasts about the high-quality CG visuals, promising a visually impressive and story-rich adventure title. The next page continues the spotlight on Getsuka Ryoran Trico. It seems to be emphasizing the game's mystery elements, focusing on the protagonist Fred, who has amnesia and is wandering in a misty town. The text mentions an old legend about a moonlit town where wishes are granted, and that people who return from there lose their memories and get a strange mark on their forehead. Fred, the main character, is on a journey to find people who know about his past and the amnesia he suffers from. The page also highlights that Fred's forehead has a mysterious mark, and it questions if this is related to the legend of the moonlit town. The article suggests that Fred gets caught by the town's Lord Gordon, who seems to be suspicious, and interrogates him. Finally, the page asks, who is Kenji Takemoto, the writer behind the story of Getsuka Ryoran Trico, mentioning his background as a mystery novelist, and that he's bringing a unique style to adventure games, drawing inspiration from mystery novels and even elements of EQ in his approach to suspense and mystery. The page focuses on characters in Getsuka Ryoran Trico and the mystery surrounding protagonist Fred, who suffers from amnesia. Fred, marked with a crest, wanders a misty town seeking his past, and is captured by Gordon, the town's lord. Gordon suspects Fred's mark connects to a legend where those returning from a moonlit town lose their memories. Jade and Zabur are Gordon's subordinates. The page then introduces residents of the misty town, including Anthony, forgetfulness; Mac, obsession with time; Gray, knowledge of the moonlit town; Moses, doctor; Hannah, secrets connected to Gordon; Rose, flower raiser; and Hal, Rose's son. These characters are likely intertwined with Fred's quest to recover his memories and the secrets of the misty town. This page is a special report on Ogre Battle, March of the Black Queen, a real-time simulation RPG where team-based battles unfold. It is noted as being only 10% complete at this stage, and the release date and price are still undecided. The game is for 1 player and suitable for all ages. The article explains that Ogre Battle, originally released in 1993, is set in a fantastical world. Players take on the role of a young rebel general, leading knights, mages, and other units against an oppressive empire. The objective is to liberate cities and conquer regions. Unlike traditional simulation games, battles take place on freely moving maps, not hex grids. A key element highlighted is unit customization, allowing players to choose leaders from recruited characters and build units strategically. Character development and class changes are also important features. The scenario is said to be branching, influenced by factors like public morale, referred to as the chaos frame, leading to varying storylines. Several screenshots are included, showing gameplay scenes, including one featuring Canopus and another mentioning Status. The article suggests that the game visuals will be improved from the Super Famicom version, promising higher quality. It's described as a masterpiece simulation RPG.
This page continues the special report on Ogre Battle, now confirming it's coming to the Sega Saturn. It highlights the deep scenario and revamped battle system. The article mentions the game is set in Valeria, a land embroiled in conflict, where you lead a rebellion. Battles are described as simulation-like, with a wait time, or WT system, influencing unit turns based on speed and weight. It also boasts a detailed help system and the Warren Report for deeper story elements, and is designed to be accessible for newcomers with unit and action explanations. The article includes Super Famicom screenshots, but assures improved visuals for the Saturn version. The developers at Riverhill Soft, led by producer Junichi Shigematsu, aim to enhance the audio, BGM, map scrolling, and add grayscale processing. They also plan to include hidden maps and Saturn-exclusive content, voice drama scenes, and a better opening movie. They are targeting both existing Ogre Battle fans and new Saturn players to experience this classic simulation RPG. Shigematsu's previous works are listed as Pleiades, Princess Minerva, Graduation, Princess Minerva Again, and the Saturn version of Graduation graphics. This page introduces Crime Photograph, a text-adventure game that's being billed as a psycho mystery for the Sega Saturn. Developed by Imagineer and slated for release on June 14th, it will cost 6,800 yen and is recommended for players aged 18 and over. The game is set in a pension in the Izu region, where a series of murders are occurring. The tagline asks, "What did the bound girls see?" hinting at a dark narrative. It's described as a text adventure with high-resolution still images to create a gripping, psycho mystery. The article emphasizes the immersive sound and realistic scenarios, suggesting this is a serious and mature experience, stating that your Saturn is no longer just a game machine. The images on the page show smiling girls juxtaposed with more sinister imagery of detectives and a woman looking concerned, setting a suspenseful tone for this upcoming title. Crime Photograph is a game with a branching narrative and multiple endings, driven by player choices. It uses full-screen text and still images to create a suspenseful atmosphere, similar to a mystery novel. A unique photography mode lets players, as a cameraman, photograph idols by selecting girls, clothing, and locations. The game simulates film limitations, saving photos in an album. This adds a unique layer of gameplay. A core story, Aizu Lakeside Pension Murder Incident, centers around Takefumi Yanada, a cameraman, editor Kota Akata, and the idol group Otomegumi at a pension. The narrative hints at an impending mystery, generating a sense of unease and premonition. The plot involves the idol group and staff. The article concludes with a teaser about character relationships, promising more details in a future issue. This page is a special report, around 70% complete preview of the highly anticipated Tokimeki Memorial, subtitled Forever With You. It's highlighted as a love simulation game coming to Sega Saturn on July 12th from Konami, priced at 5,800 yen, with a special edition price yet to be decided. It's a single-player game recommended for all ages. The page poses the question, is it farewell in spring? Or are you happy because it's spring? It delves into the core elements that make up your character in the game. These elements are listed as physical condition, literature, science, art, sports, trivia, appearance, guts, and stress. These stats seem to govern how you interact and succeed in the game. There's a section titled, To You, Who Wants to Be Super Popular with Tokimeki Memorial Girls, The Path to Dynamite and Cool Guy, which looks like an advice column. The first theme is Your Own Parameters, focusing on how managing your character stats is key to becoming popular in the game. It emphasizes that balancing these stats is crucial for success in your high school romantic pursuits, and perhaps implies being well-rounded is important. The page ends with the phrase, Men with no depth are not qualified to be popular, as this week's saying from Tokimeki Memorial. This page details the graduation ceremony in the Sega Saturn version of Tokimeki Memorial, highlighting a key difference from other versions. The player can confess their love. The page presents three choices: confess under the legendary tree, confess to a specific girl, or choose, it's not related to me. Choosing the last option elicits the game's critical response. What on earth have you been doing for these 3 years? The page also announces Rimi Kuribayashi as the winner of the 96 Konami Tokimeki Teens contest, chosen from over 4,700 applicants. Rimi will serve as the image girl for Tokimeki Memorial,
participating in promotional activities such as TV commercials. The page includes screenshots illustrating the graduation choices and a photo of Remy. This page is a special report highlighting Langrisser 2i for the Sega Saturn. It's hyped as a real strategy RPG coming to the console, with a release date of July 5th and priced at 5,800 yen, published by Messiah. The page focuses on the game's setting in ancient times, where survival is key and kingdoms become legends. It teases the characters and new game systems, boasting beautiful graphics and dramatic event scenes. It mentions the game's 3D battles and a panorama tactic system, showcasing the Saturn's capabilities. The main conflict is introduced as the defense of the Larkus Kingdom, protecting a floating castle and magic cannons. The protagonist, Diehard, is pitted against Commander Artemuller. We get character profiles describing Diehard as a young man who became a knight, and Artemuller as a brilliant commander from the Riguria Empire. The story setup involves Riguria invading Larkus Kingdom, and Diehard having to defend the floating castle. The page emphasizes the human drama within the story, suggesting an engaging narrative alongside the strategy gameplay. Screenshots give a glimpse of the in-game graphics and tactical battles. Producer Kotada Shinichiro discusses the nearing completion of the new Langrisser game. Development is in its final stages, focusing on debugging and balancing. The game departs from traditional SLG formats, incorporating a unique real-time tactical battle system with turn-based elements. Kota notes improved visuals, and humorously cites map size and unit mobility balancing as a challenge. The game features a work phase and battle phase structure, adding strategic depth. Despite a longer development time, the team remains motivated. The game boasts great power 3D battle scenes, showcasing dynamic camera angles and various combat scenarios. The page also highlights the importance of princess flair and potential romantic relationships through a select system, with heroines like Tiaras, Rifani, Luna, and Sophia. High-quality voice acting is planned, as indicated by a photo of the voice actors. The next page shines the spotlight on Night Striker for the Sega Saturn, proclaiming it's 80% complete and slated for a late June release, priced at 5,800 yen. It's highlighted as a special report, emphasizing analog joystick support.
The text emphasizes that this isn't just a straight port of the arcade classic. It's being revamped with various new elements and stunning CG movie sequences, suggesting a significant visual upgrade. The page title asks if you can even take your eyes off the breathtaking CG movies. They are really pushing the visual aspect, noting that the original arcade game's CG visuals are being expanded for the Saturn version. The text also mentions that even players familiar with the arcade Night Striker will be surprised by the fresh impression and immersive feeling of this Saturn edition, bringing the near-arcade experience home, especially with analog stick control. The screenshots display a mix of in-game action and menu screens, showcasing different stages like City, Factory, and Canal, along with boss battles. It all seems to be about revitalizing the arcade experience, with enhanced graphics and new features for the Saturn. This page is a strategy guide focused on conquering all 8 bosses, plus a hidden extra boss, in Night Striker on Sega Saturn. It highlights the unique bosses encountered in each stage and the element of stage selection, allowing players to predetermine routes. Boss battles have time limits, with bonus points awarded for swift victories within the allocated time. The game features 8 core bosses, with a 9th hidden boss appearing if you reach the final stage under certain conditions. As you progress, bosses become more powerful and numerous, emphasizing the stylish thrill of quickly defeating them. The page also champions the analog joystick compatibility, making for a more immersive experience. In a section called Me and Night Striker, a player recounts their positive experience with analog control, finding it easier to play than with digital controls, and praising the immersive gameplay. Another section, Friend and Night Striker, features a different player who enjoyed playing with friends and found the homing lasers particularly strong, highlighting the game's exciting 3D shooting action. Finally, a section comparing analog and digital controls explains that digital controls are directional but limit nuanced movements, while analog controls allow for fine-tuned movements, dodging, and returning fire, making for a smoother and more enjoyable gameplay experience. This page introduces Super Real Mahjong PV, the latest in the Undressing Mahjong anime series for Sega Saturn from SEGA. It's described as pushing the boundaries of CG anime quality in adult games. The page highlights the game's impressive animation, boasting 130 total cuts,
which is 1.5 times more animation frames than previous titles. The reviewers are impressed with the visual quality. Comparing it to theatrical anime, they mention the character designer and animation director, Tanaka Ryoichi, emphasizing his attention to detail in each cut, especially in depicting female characters, even highlighting the breasts of young girls, which they feel is twice as good as previous PV series games. The game aims to bring players closer to the girls and offer a fresh sense of satisfaction for fans of beautiful girl games. They are also looking forward to the Saturn version's graphics and minigames, suggesting it's a must-have for series fans. There's a mention of a sample screenshot from the arcade version, promising more details in the next issue. It also mentions the game is for one player and rated for ages 18 and up. This page focuses on introducing the bride candidate characters for the SEGA Saturn game Super Real Mahjong PV. Continuing from the previous page's introduction of the game itself, the page highlights that in this installment, the player encounters 3 potential female partners, all nieces of a character named Toyama Tubei. Toyama Tubei is presented as the key man for this story, and it seems the plot involves him introducing his nieces to the player character as a form of gratitude for saving him. The page then dedicates sections to each of the 3 nieces, Toyama Tamami, Kinomiya Yukari, and Kuri Haramari. For each girl, it gives a profile, including details like their voice actress, birthday, age, measurements, hobbies, and special skills. Descriptions of their personalities are provided, painting Tamami as cheerful and sporty, Yukari as calm and intellectual from a Hokkaido farm, and Marie as kind and good at cooking, but unlucky in love. The page emphasizes the game's focus on beautiful girls and the player's interactions with them, building anticipation for the expressions and reactions of these characters as the game progresses, all within the Super Real Mahjong PV framework. This page is a special feature shouting from the rooftops, "New gamers welcome! It's spring! Get a Saturn!" It's a know-it-all information 37+ alpha guide to everything Saturn. The big news is, they've slashed the price to just 20,000 yen on March 22nd. A steal at just 20,000 yen. This is all about bringing tons of new players into the Saturn fold just in time for spring. There's an interview with Sega's Hideki Okamura, where he talks about this refreshed Saturn console. He mentions a design tweak and how they're aiming for an even wider audience, even kids. They wanted to make it more affordable and appealing. The article even quickly shows off the original Saturn launch from November 94 at 44,800 yen, then June 95 at 34,800 yen, and July 95 for the same price but with a bundled game, to emphasize how great this new deal is. It's like, look how cheap it is now. Plenty of pictures showcase this new, sleek white Saturn from every angle, highlighting the updated front design, the easier-to-hit reset button, and tidier rear connections. They're really pushing the white and colorful style, saying it looks fantastic in person, and the new design is overall much cleaner and simpler. It's all about making the Saturn more accessible and attractive to a whole new wave of players. The next page continues with the SEGA Saturn feature, diving into some key questions. First up, it tackles the hot topic of Square, the makers of Final Fantasy, joining the PlayStation bandwagon. Hideki Okamura from Sega is interviewed, and he mentions that, while PlayStation is becoming popular, Sega is focused on making the Saturn more appealing. They're aiming for a broader user base, including younger players and families, with this new, more affordable Saturn. He emphasizes the value of the 20,000 yen price point, especially compared to the original launch price. Then there's a section highlighting the cost reduction, showcasing the new white Saturn console and its box. The page also details various support services for Saturn owners. There's the Sega Joy telephone for game info and user feedback, Sega Fax Club for premium game information via fax, Sega Personal Computer Network, offering online services like game downloads and news, and Flash Sega Saturn, a monthly magazine delivered in shops. Finally, there's a mention of Sega Video Magazine, a monthly VHS tape with game news and footage. This page from SEGA Saturn Magazine continues the info feature by exploring key questions about Saturn software. It starts by asking how many games are expected this year, and the answer is around 300 titles, with Sega focusing on quality and a varied lineup to appeal to a broader audience. The next question is about software affordability, with the magazine pointing out that with the new Saturn price drop, buying both the console and games is becoming much more accessible. They even show a chart illustrating that most games are priced in the more affordable range, between 2,000 and 5,000 yen. Moving on, The page tackles the topic of age-rated games. Sega is considering implementing a clearer rating system, potentially similar to an X rating, to better categorize games with adult content. They emphasize the need for easy-to-understand guidelines. A chart tracks the number of age-rated titles being released. The article also mentions recent adult games are becoming more explicit, sparking discussions about appropriate content. There are also 2 lists of recommended budget-friendly games. SATURN Magazine recommends World Advanced Daibuken, Magical Knight Rayearth, Virtua Fighter Remix, Baku Baku Animal, and Wizarm Harmony as top picks under 5,000 yen. Separately, a shop recommends Virtua Fighter 2, Clockwork Knight 2, Datana Twinbee Yahoo, Deluxe Pack, Darkstalkers Revenge, and again, Wizarm Harmony as great low-price options. Finally, there's an image of a scantily clad anime character, which ties into the discussion about age ratings and adult content in games. Adventure and simulation games are currently the most popular software genres based on reader surveys, with RPGs also favored. Sega is actively seeking suggestions for Sega Ages titles, encouraging fans to submit requests. They plan to port all popular arcade titles eventually, teasing upcoming announcements and hinting at dynamic experiences. At a March 27th event, Sega announced 3 upcoming titles for fall-winter: Bomberman, Enemy Zero, and Dino Shokutaku. Likely also Enemy Zero. Sonic Team is working on Nights into Dreams. There is also anticipation for announcements around the June toy show. This SEGA Saturn Magazine article, SEGA Saturn Know-How Information Part 2, answers user questions about the console and its accessories. New peripheral packaging will match the Saturn's new color scheme. Planned peripherals include the standard pad and wireless pad, March 30th release, power memory, shuttle mouse, and multi-terminal 6. TBD. Third-party peripheral manufacturers are considering color variations and developing accessories. No trade-in program for older Saturn hardware exists, and the article recommends holding on to them as they become rare. No plans for different colored Saturn consoles are in development. Production of the original Saturn model has ended. Remaining stock can be found in stores. SEGA Saturn Magazine answers reader questions. They explore the potential of the twin advanced room system, cartridge per Candela room combo, for larger games. A communication system announcement is planned for spring, hinting at online services and network battles. The compatibility of V-Saturn and HI Saturn with the standard Saturn is confirmed. Old Saturn models are selling out, with new ones priced lower, making them the better deal. The magazine also details Saturn peripherals: shuttle mouse, 3,000 yen, multi-terminal 6, 3,800 yen, racing controller, 5,800 yen, analog mission stick, 7,800 yen, and versus cable. A manga strip humorously highlights the convenience of a new wireless pad. Maker impressions of the new Sega Saturn are largely positive. Nintendo and Sony remain neutral. Square is optimistic, while Enix has no plans. Namco, Chunsoft, and ArtDink appreciate the improved color and image quality, expecting market expansion. Capcom aims for a broader audience. Konami seeks wider reach. Compile anticipates new users and new games. Hudson wants to cater to a wider range. GameArts aims for million-selling RPGs. Kaito focuses on software quality and original titles. NEC Interchannel emphasizes CD-ROM capabilities and visuals. Retailers Pluto and Wonko Bozu are pleased with the lower price, anticipating good sales. Messe Sano reports positive customer reactions, especially for peripherals like Virtua Fighter 2. This section of Sega Saturn FAQs covers several topics. Question 20 clarifies that the original and new Saturn models weigh the same, despite cost reductions, with only cosmetic differences. Question 21 details the availability of various controllers beyond the official Sega pad, including options from Victor with extra features, and specialized controllers for racing and other genres. Question 22 firmly dismisses a rumor of overheating, emphasizing the console's proper ventilation. Question 23 announces a Saturn the ISU chair giveaway, encouraging software purchases. Finally, question 24 answers whether a certain person is in the new Saturn commercials, then describes the commercial's imagery of an exploding Earth and gameplay footage from popular games. This document offers Sega Saturn Q&A. It covers the internal battery's short lifespan, replaceable, use power memory as backup, and confirms the use of CR2032 batteries. It addresses using Virtua Gun on smaller TVs, recommending larger CRTs over LCDs projectors. Regional lockouts are discussed, noting Japanese Saturns generally block imports, though some titles did have Japanese releases. Availability of promotional software like the Gold Disc is touched upon, and the Saturn's internal memory, 360 blocks, and benefits of power memory, 16x more blocks, are explained. A PlayStation power cable is confirmed, compatible with the Saturn, and the final point explains why many games are released around the 25th of the month in Japan, payday. This guide for Sega Saturn newcomers covers several key topics. Game development times vary widely, with titles like Virtua Fighter 2 and Daytona USA taking significant time for refinement. If a game is unavailable in stores, ordering it is recommended as Saturn games often remain available. Reorders typically take a week. The guide also addresses the status of STV arcade games, confirming ongoing releases like Golden Axe, The Duel. It explains the Saturn's multimedia capabilities, including video CD for movies, photo CD for displaying images, and electronic books for accessing textual content. Useful tips, absent from the manual, are provided, such as button combinations for soft resets and accessing backup memory. The guide concludes with a welcome to new Saturn owners, highlighting the console's affordability and encouraging exploration of its game library. This page is a King of Fighters 95 strategy guide, diving into fundamental combat techniques. It breaks down fighting styles based on distance, mid-range, beyond mid-range, and close combat. In mid-range combat, the guide stresses reading your opponent's patterns, especially during the opening moments of a match. It advises against relying solely on pattern B attacks, and suggests observing your opponent's weak points and attack patterns. Jump attacks and throws are highlighted as effective tools. For combat beyond mid-range, the guide points out that constant movement is crucial. It warns against overuse of jumping and projectile attacks, and suggests pattern B as a viable strategy due to its offensive and defensive capabilities. The advice is to use projectiles and long-range attacks effectively, while managing distance. In close combat, the guide identifies pattern as a core strategy, emphasizing counterattacks and reading opponents' moves. It mentions the importance of mixing up attacks and throws to keep opponents guessing. The guide warns against predictable rush attacks, especially against strong characters, and counterattacks and throws are highlighted as key tactics in close-range engagements. Essentially, the guide offers range-specific combat strategies for King of Fighters 95 players. This guide to King of Fighters 95 focuses on advanced combat strategies. It begins with a quick overview of the game's twin advanced room system and package contents. The core of the guide covers offensive tactics like running attacks and risky but potentially rewarding jump attacks, stressing the importance of timing and exploiting opponent predictability. Strategic use of these attacks is emphasized, along with the importance of character matchups. Defensive strategies are also explained, including how to counter specific attacks. The guide details approaching from mid-range, flanking attacks, countering jump attacks, and utilizing rising defense techniques. It also covers counterattacks after blocking, guard cancels, and the value of knowing character matchups. Finally, the guide encourages players to focus on strategic thinking and to enjoy the process of learning and improving. This guide focuses on the main character team in King of Fighters 95, Kyo Kusanagi, Benimaru Nikaido, and Goro Daimon. Kyo is an aggressive close-range fighter, using weak attacks to start combos and punish jumps with his Aniaki. Benimaru utilizes diverse kicks and jump attacks, focusing on speed, dash attacks for throws, and aerial throws to keep opponents guessing. Goro is a close-range powerhouse, especially in Power Max mode, with devastating throws and super special moves. The guide emphasizes reading opponents, using feints, and exploiting weaknesses for all three characters. This page is a deep dive into advanced strategies for King of Fighters 95 on the Sega Saturn. It breaks down several key techniques to elevate your game beyond just basic moves. You'll find sections on mastering counterattacks, using outside and inside deflects to turn the tide. There's advice on what to do after you've successfully thrown an opponent, including follow-up attacks and mix-up options like the outside-inside falling throw and back kick. The guide highlights super strong continuous moves, which are essentially powerful combos, showcasing examples with multi-hit special moves. It then moves into tactical approaches, covering techniques to use in suppression for when you're in control, techniques to use against opponents for offensive plays, and crucial, when the opponent jumps in, strategies to shut down aerial assaults. For those moments when you're knocked down, the Rise Up and Attack with this section offers tips on getting back on your feet offensively. The guide also spotlights the Lightning Pillar one-hit reversal aim, likely referring to a powerful move that can change the momentum of the fight. Jumping in decisive technique is all about maximizing your offense when you jump attack. Finally, it touches on general attack methods and specific strategies like punch and aim, flinching blow punch, and mastering the guard cancel technique, emphasizing its importance for high-level play in King of Fighters 95. Essentially, this page is packed with expert-level advice to seriously improve your KOF 95 skills. This guide provides battle strategies for Yurio, Robert, and Takuma in the Art of Fighting series. Ryo focuses on a extreme flowing dance style, using weak kicks close-up, flying flame kick, and tiger flame fist mid-range, and jump attacks and strong tiger flame fists at long range. Ryo excels in aerial combat. Robert utilizes elegant footwork, emphasizing kicks, jump attacks, mixed dragon flame kicks, and anti-air moves like Dragon Fang Flash Kick are key. He aims to force close-range combat using throws and flying Dragon Flame Kick.
Takuma, a technically oriented character, lacks projectile special moves. He relies on relentless continuous flying swallow gale kick. Normal techniques and throws create openings for special moves like suppression tiger flame fist and suppression flying swallow gale kick. Continuous attacks and counter-air strategies are vital, but mastering basic techniques is crucial for victory. This page focuses on strategies for using Ryo Sakazaki in King of Fighters 95 on the SEGA Saturn. It highlights his special moves and tactics, breaking down different attack scenarios and combos. The page details moves like the Rapid Fire Tiger Flame Fist and Dash Tiger Flame Fist, emphasizing their power and use in gameplay. It advises players on mastering mix-up tactics, using crouching kicks, and employing unexpected special moves to catch opponents off guard. Recommended combos are presented, starting with jump attacks into crouching strong punches, and ending with the Tiger Flame Fist. The guide stresses using combos that incorporate the Tiger Flame Fist as a core element. It also offers advice on tactics to employ after landing a Tiger Flame Fist, suggesting ways to follow up and maintain pressure. Finally, the page emphasizes the importance of stunning opponents to secure victory, suggesting combos that maximize stun potential and lead to a full health bar advantage. This guide focuses on mastering Terry, Andy, and Joe from King of Fighters 95. Terry's strategy centers on range control.
Utilize his back knuckle for reach, rising tackle, and power dunks. Up close, use weak kicks and special combos. Mid-range involves strong attacks and feints, controlling space with power wave, and punishing jumps with power dunks. Andeli's approach is close-range focused, using weak kicks to cancel into aerial dragon fist for combos. Incorporate jumping attacks and shadow step to pressure opponents. Joe relies on the hurricane upper and slashing heel kick. He aims to control space, counterattacks, and employ a balanced offense with strong hits and varied combos, avoiding predictable patterns to surprise opponents. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 Strategy Guide, digging deeper into advanced techniques for Terry Bogard. It highlights key combo starters and follow-ups to help players become more proficient. The page emphasizes mastering continuous techniques, particularly Terry's jumping strong punch, crouching weak kick, and rising tackle combo. It also details follow-up options after Terry's crack shoot, recommending varied approaches like throws or further attacks depending on the opponent's distance and reactions. A section focuses on getting up tactics, suggesting using Terry's command throw, the buster throw, or crouching weak kick to apply pressure after an opponent rises. The guide also covers responses after Terry's hurricane upper, suggesting slash kick and tiger kick options based on spacing. For anti-air combat, tiger kick is recommended, and the leg sweep is highlighted as a useful tool to create openings. The page includes an action flowchart after Terry's flying kick, outlining different options based on whether the attack hits, is guarded, or missed. Options include dashing, countering, throwing, or using crouching weak kicks depending on the situation. Overall, this page offers a deeper dive into Terry's combat strategies in King of Fighters 95, focusing on combo execution, attack follow-ups, and tactical decision-making during fights. This page focuses on the Ikari team from King of Fighters, specifically Hydern, Ralph, and Clark. It highlights that using these characters might strain friendships due to their powerful moves and playstyles. For Hydern, the strategy emphasizes a defensive, waiting game approach. The guide recommends playing it cool, waiting for openings, and punishing opponents who get too close. The ultimate finisher for Hydern is described as the Moon Slasher. Ralph is presented as a more straightforward character, relying on powerful, direct attacks. The guide mentions using his strong jumping punch and crouching strong punch as key moves for offense. Specific techniques highlighted are the Galactica Magnum and Vulcan Punch, emphasizing their use in controlling and countering opponents respectively. Clark is described as a command throw specialist.
The strategy revolves around grappling and using throws like the Argentine backbreaker. The guide points out that in close combat, Clark excels at counterattacks and setting up command throws. Using jump attacks and feints to create openings for throws are also recommended tactics for Clarks. This page dives deeper into King of Fighters 95 Saturn, expanding on the Ikari team tactics we discussed before. It starts by asking if waiting is ineffective, then suggests alternative aggressive strategies. We get a look at Ralph's powerful Stormbringer supermove, which is described as a devastating technique that can quickly drain the opponent's power gauge. The page then breaks down how to effectively utilize special moves and combos. Moving on to practical combat, it details Ralph's main combo moves like Jump Strong Kick, Crouching Strong Punch, and the Gatling attack, highlighting their strengths and when to use them. It also talks about using chain attacks to keep pressure on opponents. There's a section on close-range strong punch combos and maximizing the Gatling attack for damage. For Clark, the page focuses on counterattacks leading into command throws, emphasizing how to use command throws effectively after successfully countering an opponent's attack. Finally, it gives advice on the timing of super deadly moves, suggesting players anticipate opponents' actions to land these powerful attacks. Overall, this page provides practical gameplay tips and expands on offensive strategies in King of Fighters 95 Saturn, especially for Ralph and Clark within the Ikari team. The next page spotlights Athena and Chin from King of Fighters 95 Saturn. It highlights Athena's Shining Crystal Bit special move and how to effectively use it in combat, suggesting it's good for zoning and controlling space. The page details her main combo attacks: Jump Strong Punch, Standing Strong Punch, and Psycho Ball, emphasizing using Psycho Ball to keep opponents at bay. For aerial combat, the Psycho Sword is recommended. Moving on to Chin, the page describes him as a character who excels at close-range fighting, suggesting a strategy of constant pressure. It talks about using 2-hit and 3-hit combo attacks, especially powerful in the air or on the ground. It mentions Super Ball Bullet as a key special move, and Crouching Strong Kick as a means to cancel into it for effective zoning. The strategy emphasizes closing the distance and utilizing strong punch and kicks combined with command throws in close quarters. The page also touches on countering opponent attacks and using command throws as a follow-up. It notes Chin's weakness in long-range fights, advising players to utilize his quick movement and closing speed to get into close combat where he's strongest. This page continues the breakdown of Athena's fighting style in King of Fighters 95 Saturn, focusing on her offensive and defensive techniques. It highlights using her Psycho Ball as a core part of her strategy, describing how to follow up after launching one, whether to rush in for close attacks or use projectiles like the Shining Crystal Bit. The page details effective wake-up attacks, recommending dash throws or the Psycho Reflector to catch opponents off guard. For her main combos, it suggests starting with jump kicks, standing strong kicks, or the Dragon Fang attack. There's also a section dedicated to the Divine Dragon Dance Kick, explaining its frame advantage and how to use it effectively in mix-ups. The guide also covers zoning tactics, recommending her Standing Strong Punch and Willow Leaf Butterfly Dance Sword for controlling space. For anti-air, it suggests the Willow Leaf Butterfly Dance Sword again. Finally, it discusses the Restraint Flame Cannon special move, pointing out its range and uses in various situations, including cornering opponents. The page is packed with flowcharts and action shots to visually explain Athena's moves and combat strategies in detail. The article analyzes the Kim team from King of Fighters 95 on Saturn. Kim Kafwan is a rushdown character, excelling with strong standing attacks
and the flying swallow slash for offense and defense. Mix ground and air attacks, and guard cancel after blocking projectiles.
Chang Kohan is a powerhouse relying on throws and strong standing punches.
The strategy involves cornering opponents and using throws or jump attacks, employing a mix-up game. Choi Bounge is a fast and tricky character. Utilize his jump attacks and speed for close-range assaults, and exploit his long-reaching standing strong kick. Read opponent movements and use mix-ups with crouching weak punches and the Cyclone Driver special move, focusing on speed and agility. This page delves into advanced tactics for King of Fighters 95 on the Saturn. It outlines effective attack patterns using a mix of light and heavy kicks, jump attacks, and throws, suggesting players vary their approach to confuse opponents, especially when using characters like Choi, who are mentioned in the prior page, as being fast and tricky. The section on decisive super moves discusses the importance of landing super moves, particularly the desperation moves. It highlights that while they can be risky and easily guarded, mastering their use is crucial for higher-level play, particularly for characters like Change, who, as previously mentioned, relies on powerful attacks. It advises using them strategically from mid-range or during openings. Effective supermove usage further elaborates on supermove strategy, emphasizing not to rely solely on desperation moves, but to integrate them into combos and mix-ups to catch opponents off guard. It advises using guard cancels and reading opponents' moves to land them effectively, linking back to the previous page's strategies for characters like Kim, who excels at offensive pressure. Finally, waiting for openings discusses a defensive tactic, suggesting players lure opponents into attacking, then punish their predictable moves with throws or counterattacks. This tactic is described as effective against aggressive players and encourages patient gameplay, which could be a good strategy when playing as heavier characters like Change. The page uses screenshots to visually demonstrate these tactics within the game. This page continues the King of Fighters 95 Tactics Guide, now focusing on specific female characters: Yuri Sakazaki, Mai Shiranui, and King. For Yuri, the strategy revolves around her 100 blows slap and swallow kick attacks, using light standing kicks and heavy crouching kicks to control space before unleashing these moves. The guide details oppression techniques using standing light kick into crouching heavy kick, and anti-air techniques using jumping heavy punch into Yuri upper. Moving on to Mai Shiranui, the focus is on her flying squirrel dance and combos. The tactic is to use whirlwind dance to force opponents to jump, setting them up for the flying squirrel dance. Again, oppression techniques and anti-air techniques are shown, using standing heavy punch and dragon flame dance respectively. The reviewer humorously notes that Mei's appeal isn't just her looks, but her fighting style. Finally, for King, the guide emphasizes her standing heavy kick and tornado kick. The strategy is to use standing heavy kick for spacing and sliding kicks for pressure. Basic anti-air techniques and how to use weak tornado kick are described, suggesting jumping heavy punch for anti-air and explaining how to use the weak tornado kick effectively, even against guarding opponents. The page uses screenshots to illustrate these techniques for each character. The next page continues the King of Fighters 95 Tactics, still focusing on King. It breaks down her gameplay with action flowcharts for her Tiger Kick and Flower Butterfly fan moves. The Tiger Kick flowchart shows how to follow up if the move is guarded, suggesting moves like grabs or crouching light punches and strong kicks, or even her Yura-style upper special move. The Flower Butterfly fan flowchart is similar, detailing follow-ups if guarded, such as jumping into Musabi dance, or going for throws, or using crouching strong kicks. There's a section about getting up is key, which emphasizes using jumping attacks when rising, particularly jumping heavy punches aimed at the opponent's head, and forward jumping medium kicks. It mentions that using forward jumping medium kicks to cross up the opponent is effective. The effective attack pattern section showcases a combo starting with a standing heavy kick cancelled into tornado kick, followed by a jumping heavy punch if the tornado kick is guarded. It notes this works especially well against certain characters.
Finally, Itsu Showtime highlights King's strengths in zoning and pressure. It suggests using standing heavy kick and sliding kicks to control space and apply pressure. The advice is to mix up standing heavy kicks, jump attacks, and sliding kicks to create unpredictable attack patterns for a strong overall strategy. This page dives into tactics for the King of Fighters 95, focusing on the rival team characters. First up is Yori Yagami, emphasizing close-range combat.
The strategy revolves around using standing strong kicks to initiate, then transitioning into jump attacks and throws to pressure opponents. The 100 styles. Oniyaki's special move is highlighted as a key part of his offense. Next is Kyo Kusanagi, whose section stresses mid-range battles. The advice is to control space using moves like standing strong kicks and crouching strong kicks. The red kick is mentioned as a crucial move in his arsenal, and the overall approach seems to be about dominating the mid-range and punishing opponents' approaches with fire-based attacks. Finally, Billy Kane's strategy is all about long-range combat and defense. He excels at keeping opponents at bay with his pole, recommending the use of standing light punches and crouching strong punches for restraint. High jump pole attack is also mentioned, and the core tactic is to maintain distance, control the space, and punish opponents who try to close in. The page suggests that playing to each character's strengths in range is key to victory. This page continues the strategy guide for King of Fighters 95, diving deeper into character-specific tactics, particularly focusing on Billy Kane. It starts by detailing combo techniques that begin with Billy's Aoi Hana move, suggesting how to follow up this attack effectively. It then moves into main combo techniques, listing jump strong kick, standing strong kick, and various special moves as starting points for combos. The page then gives advice on attacking on wake-up, recommending using Utsushi, shadow copy, to apply pressure while the opponent is getting up. Next, it outlines combinations to use in battles, specifically suggesting techniques similar to Billy and Iori's combo styles, emphasizing feints and disrupting the opponent's guard. There's a section titled, "Be careful of techniques your opponent uses for counterattacks," warning about moves opponents might use to punish Billy's attacks, suggesting caution when using moves like the Keisen Senpu Kon, Fire Whirlwind Pole, if the opponent is good at reversals. Finally, the page mentions the Unknown Fire Whirlwind Pole, explaining it's a guard cancel move that can be very powerful when used to interrupt the opponent's attacks. It warns that overuse can be predictable and punishable, but when timed correctly, it can be a devastating technique to knock down opponents in one hit. The overall tone is focused on practical advice and tactical depth for mastering Billy Kane in King of Fighters 95. This Sega Saturn press page announces both new and upcoming games. Newly released titles include Tetris S, Wipeout, Death Crimson, and Raiden Fighters. Shippu Maho Daisakusen. Also featured are slot shooting, pachinko/slot machine games like Universal Museum and Gamble King, Skullfang Kuga Side Story, and Pinball Graffiti. The Coming Soon section previews a larger selection of games. Notable titles include Thor, Chronicle of the Spirit King, Darksaber, Wizardry Sick, and V2 Complete, Albert Odyssey Gaiden, Legend of Eldian, and Gradius 2. Other anticipated games are People of Nomura Hospital, Laplace Panic, Graduation Feast, and Sakura Wars. Also mentioned are Aero Fighter Special, Sonic Wing Special, Dragon Ball, The Great Dragon Ball Legend, Metal Black, and Donpachi. The page is visually enhanced with a 3D image of a female character. This page is all about the new release game, Painful Slot Shooting, which is described as a unique mix of shooting and puzzle genres. Released on June 14th and priced at 5,500 yen, it's a 1- or 2-player game. The page highlights the basic rules, explaining it's a shooting game where you eliminate characters falling from above, and also a puzzle game where you need to align symbols in a slot machine. The core gameplay involves shooting at characters, and if you destroy a bonus character, it causes characters of the same color already on the screen to vanish. When you line up 3 or more of the same characters horizontally or vertically, it triggers a chain reaction, leading to higher scores. The page emphasizes the importance of creating chains to achieve high scores, and shows screenshots of 1-chain, 2-chain, and 3-chain combos in action. The rules section further elaborates on these mechanics, like strike and erase, destroy with full meter, align the slots, and same color disappears, to help players understand how to play and score big. It looks like a fast-paced and engaging puzzle shooter. This page showcases 2 very different game experiences coming to Sega Saturn. At the top we see a game all about gambling. It's called Road to Gambling King, and it looks like a collection of 5 different types of gambling games all rolled into one. You can try your luck at horse racing, bicycle racing, boat racing, pachinko, and patch-a-slot. The idea seems to be that you work part-time jobs to earn money so you can gamble and win big, all in the hopes of winning over a girl. The page even jokes about betting your part-time earnings on your girlfriend. Below that, we have the legendary Tetris S. The page proudly announces that Tetris is hitting the Saturn. It describes the classic Tetris gameplay. Blocks falling from the top, clearing lines, as everyone knows and loves. It highlights the single-player classic Tetris mode, where the level and speed increase. Interestingly, there's also a versus mode called Burning Tetris, where you can play against the computer or another player. It seems like in this mode, you can attack your opponent with bananas to slow them down, adding a funny and chaotic twist to the classic puzzle action, with little monkey characters shown on screen throwing bananas. This page introduces Big Shock. Patchaslot, Great Strategy Universal Museum for the Sega Saturn, set to launch in June for 5,800 yen. It's described as a Patchaslot simulation game, aiming to faithfully recreate the real experience. The game features famous machines like Cranky Condor and Golden Flipper, and boasts a large lineup of actual machines. The page highlights features like Reach iNote, which lets you record and analyze hit patterns to improve your game, and configurations, allowing players to adjust various game settings. It mentions you can check data like bonus counts, payout rates, and coin collection. There are screenshots of various Patchaslot machines within the game. Names like Cranky Condor, Golden Flipper, Fan, and King Pulsar Cap are visible, along with others such as Continental, Tropicana 7X, Liberty, showcasing a wide range of machines. The page emphasizes that the game offers a truly museum-like collection of gorgeous and realistic Patchaslot machines for players to enjoy on their Sega Saturn. This page dives into 3 new game releases. First up is Death Crimson, a Virtua Gun-compatible shooting game, so you can use your light gun for some arcade-style action at home. It seems the gimmick here is your gun actually evolves throughout the game, starting as a pistol and upgrading to a machine gun. The game is described as a polygon shooting game set across 3 stages and promises cool 3D CG enemies, including a rather bizarre-looking monster. Next we have Pinball Graffiti, a pinball game aiming for a more adult and realistic pinball experience. They're highlighting the physics and smooth ball movement. It features 3 tables and lets you choose your viewpoint. They've improved on the previous version, which only had 2 tables. Lastly, there's Kingdom Grand Prix, described as a shooting game with a grand story. It's about a large event that plunges the capital into chaos, leading to a survival air race called the Continent Traverse Great Air Race. The screenshots show fast-paced aerial combat and in-game UI elements. They mention it's a mix of shooting game elements and racing elements, and features 8 types of aircraft, each with unique attack styles. The ending will apparently change, depending on your ranking and score. This page showcases the new release of Wipeout for the Sega Saturn, scoring an impressive 90%. It's hyped as a futuristic, high-speed flying battle race game set in 2052. The article details how these races use anti-gravity machines on specially built circuits around the world. There are various race types, including championship, single race, and time trial modes, and you can use weapons like items and missiles for intense battles. The game is described as a massive hit in Europe and gaining popularity in America, featuring techno music from artists like Orbital and Left Field. The page also highlights the unique special courses set in 6 countries, including America, Japan, and Russia, each with distinct themes and environments. You can choose your racing team, with options like AG Systems focused on acceleration, Oricom Research emphasizing stability, Kyrex for maneuverability, and Pfizer for top speed. Each team has 2 drivers to choose from, letting you find a team and driver that suits your racing style. It looks like they are really pushing the futuristic and fast-paced action with Wipeout. Upcoming Sega Saturn games include several arcade ports and original titles. Skullfang, Kuga Gaiden, a shooting game, promises intense action with multiple control options and game modes. Hiatari Ryoko 2, tentative title, and Magical Drop 2 are puzzle games, with the latter featuring unique Saturn elements. Ayakashi Ninja is a panic visual action game with 4 playable characters, team-based gameplay, and a focus on story and unique elements. Lastly, Saturn Bomberman, already popular on other consoles, is coming to the Saturn with 10-player battles and a skill-based ranking mode, aiming to be the definitive version. This page starts the Reader's Station section, a place for reader contributions and thoughts. The page is hosted by Wakadana, who playfully introduces themselves as a shy high school girl in their opening message. One reader recounts winning a SEGA Saturn through a magazine prize draw, but humorously points out that winning wasn't entirely free, as they ended up having to buy it anyway. Another reader shares a frustrating story about losing their game data in Devil Summoners due to a bug, expressing their anger and despair over the lost progress. A story is shared about playing Zero Divide and being annoyed by a younger sibling who would kick them and interrupt gameplay. There's a section discussing Evangelion's second impression on the Saturn, where a reader seems unsure how to feel about the game. Finally, a reader celebrates finally buying a SEGA Saturn after waiting a year and 2 months, sharing their initial impressions of owning the console. Adding a bit of humor, a comic strip called Game Old Man is included, offering a funny look at gaming experiences. This article, part of a Reader's Station feature, covers various reader opinions on the SEGA Saturn. Final Fantasy Version 2's impressive visuals, despite not being on the Saturn, are praised. Discussions also center on game difficulty, with a preference for easier games that allow players to experience the ending. Readers anticipate quality adult games, like No Nomura, with strong storylines, hoping for more than just mature content. Some desire more casual, accessible RPGs and party games to reduce playtime commitment. The article concludes with a call for high-resolution games, specifically praising Dokusei for its superior visuals on the Saturn compared to PC versions. Readers eagerly await even better graphics with enhanced color palettes in the future. Comic panels accompany the reader submissions, adding humor to the discussions. This page presents reader opinions and submissions. The top section addresses game accessibility, highlighting the rise of voice acting and CD-ROM technology, but also pointing out shortcomings in subtitle implementation, hindering accessibility for players with hearing impairments. Readers column features 2 submissions, one on human desires and another from a Saturn owner in Chiba enjoying their new console. A comparison between PC and Saturn games reveals the author's initial preference for PC graphics shifting after experiencing games like Princess Crown on Saturn, even preferring it to the PC engine despite its adult content advantages. One Stroke Soul presents short-themed reader submissions, ranging from game-related phrases to questions. The next theme for submissions is announced as Sure Kill. The Ars gallery features larger-sized reader submissions. Artwork includes Toshinden by Nakanishi Miki, Osaka, potentially depicting the main character; Dragon Force by QV, Kyoto, with comments anticipating female interest in the Wayne character; another Toshinden piece by Nanami Shiori, Hokkaido, praised for Sophia and Ellis depictions, though style was off; Sarah and Jackie from Virtua Fighter Kids by Onigiri Maki, Toyama, with critiques on the style and a difficult-to-draw helmet, drawn by a... This page features a section called Fury Gals Area, with a reader submission. A 28-year-old from Kanagawa, Ishikawa Kiyomi, talks about enjoying SimCity and asks Sega to make the definitive version. They mention their family support, bonuses in July and December, and enjoying small luxuries. They also mention DX Jinsei game as a currently popular game. Luxuries. The editor's comments mention Haru Urara, a racehorse, Wangan Dead Heat, and praise the reader's family life. There's also a Sega part-time job advertisement, looking for game checkers aged 20-25, emphasizing hard work and seriousness, with details on application and contact. Below, the RS Station submission guidelines are detailed. It explains, submissions should generally fit each corner's theme, and corner names can be used if unsure where to send content. The sections are Ars Diary for everyday experiences and stories, Wakate no Idozutsumi Kaigi for opinion-based themes, Ars Gallery for fan art with color encouraged, Gals Area specifically for female user content and viewpoints, and Hasu for joke or gag-related submissions. Finally, there's a correction notice regarding issue 4/12. Apologies are issued for errors in Victory Goal 96 club team names,
Segrally Championship developer comments, and command input for Rugal and Seishu in the King of Fighters 95. Another correction concerns Nokubura in Byuin no Hitobito, changing the number of playable characters to 2 in CPU battles, and adjusting the release date and price. The page ends with a small cartoon image of 2 characters enjoying beers. This guide provides strategies for the
Break the Bridge for Battlefield Reorganization Riverbank Skirmish, Soviet Campaign. Scenario in World Advanced Strategy, a game with 2.3 million players. 10. Inspired by World War II events, the scenario, set in 1944, challenges players to destroy a bridge to simplify the battlefield and defeat the enemy. The recommended strategy involves a swift initial advance, targeting key points, and utilizing reinforcements, specifically the 69th Guard Army, arriving on July 5. Destroying the bridge at 24:20 early is crucial. Soviet forces, limited to T-34-76 and JS-2 tanks, must be used effectively against German units. Victory conditions involve destroying enemy command headquarters within 35 turns for a major victory, or within a turn limit for a regular victory, or avoiding defeat if your own command HQ is destroyed. A historical column provides context on the Belarusian operation, highlighting the overwhelming Soviet force against the German Central Army Group and the Soviet successful flanking blitzkrieg strategy. This article details the operation file section of a strategy game, likely World Advanced Strategy. It showcases a campaign map with branching scenarios, starting with Mischoice, where the Grey Shark Empire, German analog, faces a formidable foe. The game emphasizes effective use of weaponry and weather conditions. The article then discusses desired features for future installments, including more diverse naval aircraft, detailed ship data, and improved unit stats. Players also contribute ideas on unit compositions, game balance, and unit strengths via a Letters to Operation file corner. Finally, a posting corner encourages player submissions of strategies and artwork, offering prizes. An aircraft evolution chart displays the progression of Japanese Navy/Air Force aircraft during WW2. The article emphasizes balancing game complexity with user-friendliness. This page promotes a Gungraphon time attack contest. The contest challenges players to achieve the fastest clear times in the game's exercise mode, which features beginner and expert levels with 5-minute time limits. Beginner mode focuses on basic gameplay, while expert mode emphasizes advanced combat techniques. To enter, players must submit VHS tapes or photos of their gameplay, along with written details. Prizes, including official certificates, will be awarded to the top 3 finishers in both modes. Past top scorers are encouraged to compete. The page provides gameplay tips, such as practicing shooting, optimizing target destruction, mastering jumping over obstacles, and utilizing boost effectively. The target clear times are sub 45 seconds for beginner and approximately 1 minute 10 seconds for expert. Entries must be sent to SEGA Saturn Magazine by April 26. In an interview, Gungraphon developer Mr. Harada shared time attack and combat strategies. To improve time attack scores, he stressed mastering upper body rotation for efficient movement and aiming in straight lines. Proper course selection is also vital, emphasizing minimal and straight movement. For avoiding enemy fire, Mr. Harada explains that enemies target objects behind the player. He advises zigzag movements at high speed to dodge attacks, especially missiles. For combat, Mr. Harada recommends prioritizing the destruction of ATMs. He highlights the importance of accurate aiming and pre-positioning. For later stages, missile clearing is recommended. Finally, he clarifies that even destructible objects like windmills are considered enemies in the game's programming. This page is all about digital audio, and specifically the mechanism of sound sampling. It's part 1 of a series about sampling sound and is called Dr. K's Hard Talk to Make Games More Interesting. The article dives into the basics of how sound in games, especially older pico-pico type sounds, gets created and reproduced. It explains how natural sounds are converted into digital data through a process called sampling. They use a diagram to illustrate the flow, starting with analog audio input, then going through an AD converter, memory, a control circuit, ADA converter, a low-pass filter, LPF, and finally, audio output. It's like a walkthrough of how sound is captured, stored, and then played back in a digital format. The article talks about sampling frequency and bit depth as key elements that determine sound quality. It mentions CD audio at 44.1 kHz and 16-bit stereo as a benchmark for high quality. It also explains that a higher sampling frequency and bit depth generally leads to better sound. but there are trade-offs. They are also talking about oversampling and delta sigma A/D converters as ways to improve the digital audio quality further. It's a pretty good basic explanation of digital audio concepts in the context of gaming hardware. The article, Sugoi Z Model 3, praises the Sega Model 3 arcade board for its advanced graphics, particularly its geometric transformation and reflection calculations, previously only seen in professional workstations. The article contrasts the Model 3's detailed and smooth visuals with prior polygon-based games, highlighting the crisp and clean textures. Dr. K's Hard Days delves into audio quality, stressing the importance of sampling frequency and bit depth. It discusses human ear sensitivity, suggesting bass and high-frequency boosts. Oversampling and delta sigma modulation are presented as methods for enhancing audio. The Sega Saturn sound capabilities are then discussed, featuring the SCSP chip, with effects like reverb and chorus. The Saturn's CD quality, 44.1 kHz 16-bit audio, powered by two SCSP chips, is considered powerful. MIDI and sampled sounds are also mentioned. The article concludes with diagrams, figures 2, 3, and 4, illustrating how higher sampling rates and bit depths lead to more accurate digital sound representations. This article previews the Sega Saturn version of Puzzle and Action Sandrill, developed by Crypt. Developers highlight a commitment to providing a fun and engaging experience, emphasizing the game's dual nature. The Saturn version includes an original mode with adjusted difficulty for wider appeal, aiming for a pure Sandrill experience. Technically, they've optimized graphics for home TVs and incorporated new elements. Sound design prioritized preserving the arcade feel within memory constraints, using quality PCM data. The game includes numerous secrets, bonus opportunities like hidden money, and stages. The option mode features adjustable difficulty. Described as a series of party-friendly minigames, the core experience is lighthearted and varied, supported by screenshots showcasing in-game scenes. Curry appears proud of the Saturn version, anticipating player enjoyment. The development team behind Puzzle and Action Sandrill is highlighted. Director Mr. Nagasato discusses enhancing the Saturn version, including extra sound work and improved graphics, emphasizing a fun player experience. Graphic designer A.R.'s Kurabayashi focused on creating appealing visuals for both arcade and Saturn, particularly the Sasa character. Sound designer Mr. Kunasawa emphasizes rhythm and timing, with Man in Car as his favorite music piece, while aiming for humorous sound effects. Publicity person Mr. Suzuki promoted the game, noting the unexpected popularity of the character Kanfur Masao. A hidden feature, back technique information, unlocks after clearing hard mode, providing free play and bonus games accessible through a precise button sequence. This page showcases Disc Station Volume 10, a cardroom compact magazine priced at 1,980 yen and released on April 5, likely in 1996, given the 1996 edition mention and copyright dates. It's presented as game software available at bookstores and boasts 46 titles. Featured are several game genres. There's a popular adventure game called Apple Source, an RPG touted as a fulfilling experience named Gensei Otogizushi, and an addictive action game called Runner's High. A standard puzzle game, Nazo Puyo, which is clearly related to the Puyo Puyo series, is also highlighted. For shooting game fans, there's the excellent Rude Breaker. Lastly, a casual table game titled Orga Kirifuda rounds out the selection. The page also details system requirements, noting these games are for PC 98 series and require a 386 CPU or higher, 1.6 MB of RAM, and a CD-ROM drive. At the bottom, there's an advert for the 1996 edition of the Madu Monogatari and Puyo Puyo series official terminology encyclopedia, published by Compile, priced at 1,500 yen, and described as enjoyable to read, know, and see in full color. The next page appears to be a retail advertisement from a store called Santa, showcasing a wide range of Sega games and accessories across various platforms. It's broken down into sections for new software, backup RAM, Mega Drive, GG+1, 32X, MD peripheral devices, and GG peripheral devices. The new software section seems to be highlighting recent or popular titles. Looking at the game titles, there's a massive selection for Sega Saturn, including games like Daytona USA, Virtua Fighter 2, Sonic the Hedgehog titles, Street Fighter series games, and many others covering genres from RPGs to shooting games. There are also sections dedicated to older Sega consoles, such as Mega Drive, Game Gear, and 32X, with lists of games and accessories available for purchase, indicating a wide inventory spanning Sega's gaming history. Peripheral devices for both Mega Drive and Game Gear are also listed with prices. In addition to the general game listings, there are specific software categories like soccer software, basketball software, golf software, and football software, suggesting a sports game focus for some customers. Overall, this page is essentially a price list from the Santa store, offering a vast selection of Sega games and hardware for sale. This page is dedicated to Langrisser 2, Volume 2, focusing on the biographies of ladies. It features an interview with Therese, who charmingly introduces herself as an 11-year-old maiden with dreams, saying she is beautiful and asking everyone to be kind to her while mentioning her hobbies are collecting cute things and wondering about favorite foods. There's also a section called Gal Contest Follow-Up Report, which seems to be some kind of popularity contest for the female characters, apparently officially approved by Mr. Urushihara. In the Messiah Off-Record Corner and Langrisser 2i Development Diary, it looks like a developer's log. Entries mention things like the drawing team working hard, command scenes being almost complete, bug fixing, taking time, and creating manual materials. Dates like March 1st, 10th, 1th, and 2nd are listed with development updates. The page also showcases entry gals, which are Tiaris, Luna, Liana, and Sophia, with short descriptions for each, highlighting their personalities and roles within the game. Finally, at the bottom is an address section, likely for readers to send in contest entries or feedback. This page announces the revamp of a corner called Saturn Religion Broadcasting Station, which will now be known as Warp Has Come to Haneda. It seems like the change was due to user feedback, as people were asking, what happened to Saturn Religion? The editors explain that they've been reading various opinions and reviews, and have decided to change direction to better serve Sega Saturn fans. The new concept is to create a corner that delves deeply into the Sega Saturn and its environment. They are calling it Saturn Religion Communication, aiming to be a corner that truly loves Sega and Saturn. They want to focus on previously unknown aspects of Sega Saturn development and internal workings, promising in-depth articles. Readers are encouraged to participate by sending in submissions, especially photos. They are also preparing to create laminate membership cards, referred to as Saturn Religion Membership Certificates, which will be sent to club members. The overall tone is enthusiastic and dedicated to providing content that Sega and Saturn enthusiasts will enjoy, emphasizing user participation and deeper exploration of the Sega Saturn world. An address is provided for readers to send their submissions via mail. This SEGA Saturn magazine page highlights SNK World 96. It begins discussing the delayed release of King of Fighters 95 on Saturn. SNK information includes a report on Sakurai-chan's Neo Geo visit and the Another Dragon Tiger campaign, promoting a limited edition art of Fighting Another Story CD. A Letters to Earth Come section reveals fan demand for an Art of Fighting Another Story port on Saturn, encouraging reader postcards. Worried Anata offers advice, including questions about Ryo Sakazaki. A strategy guide for King of Fighters 95 focuses on Kyo Kusanagi's moves. The page concludes with a call for reader submissions, offering gifts to those who contribute, and listing editorial staff.
This page starts with a newsflash promoting the 7-star Demon God Gaiford TV show, a collaboration between Capcom and Toho, highlighting its special effects and original character designs, and hinting at potential game adaptations. It's airing Sundays on TV Tokyo. Moving on, there's a strategy guide titled Master X-Men, focusing on Wolverine in the X-Men games. It gives advice on how to use Wolverine effectively, particularly against bosses like Sabretooth, detailing moves and tactics like using the Drill Claw and Super Jumps. Next up is Here Comes, a section featuring fan-submitted illustrations for Vampire Hunter, which is known internationally as Darkstalkers. There are cute comments and reader names associated with each drawing. Then we have Capcom, You Are Hated, Surprise Project Volume 2, A funny reader feedback corner where players voice their frustrations about Capcom games being too difficult. Readers are sharing their honest opinions, even strong ones, about the games. Try Arcade Next Consumer? Migration Decision is another reader section where players are suggesting arcade games they'd like to see on consoles, specifically mentioning cyberbots. Finally, the Hello, Capcom Reader Mail Call section details how to send in reader mail and mentions a roulette present for lucky contributors, along with non-sale Capcom goods as prizes. It also gives the address for submissions. It mentions that this time, the SS version of Vampire Hunter poster is a gift to selected contributors, including the mentioned names in the page. SEGA Saturn developers share updates. Acclaim Japan promotes Revolution X, an Aerosmith-themed shooter. Imagineer hints at new Saturn games and hardware with summer announcements. EFAV works on FIFA Soccer and teases Road Rash. Open Book shares a funny office story, referencing The Tower. Grams promotes Quo Vadis, with a debut stage reveal soon. Compile emphasizes full engagement in game development, including a Saturn kit. Light Glory introduces 7 Hidden Treasures, an adventure game for beginners. General Entertainment mentions Gameware and its Wind God theme. SoftBank promotes Wipeout and Destruction Derby, suggesting link cable multiplayer. Time Warner Interactive advertises Heart-stopping murder detective Taro Maruyama. Data East works on various Saturn games. Bandai offers a poetic spring greeting. This issue features announcements and reader engagement. Tecmo reports on the Satsumaga Cup for Daroyan Champ, praising player submissions and highlighting the winning scores, including Dreamy Vegetable Garden Mr. Saida. The article also discusses gameplay tips and the game's development. Banpresto promotes upcoming Sega Saturn titles, including Mobile Suit Gundam Gaiden, The Blue Destiny. Yanoman discusses Feudalism remake commercials and offers tips. U Media focuses on travel plans for Golden Week, while Back in Video addresses spring drowsiness and seeks reader stories. The Bingo Corner requests original theme ideas, and License Space solicits advertising inquiries. The magazine also provides contact information for SEGA Saturn Magazine's editorial department. This page reveals the upcoming SEGA Saturn game releases. It's a schedule of new software organized month by month starting from June and stretching into the following spring. June is bringing titles like The Charming Clockwork Knight and the much-awaited RPG Lunar Silver Star Story. July's lineup includes the strategy RPG Langrisser 2i and the popular dating sim Tokimeki Memorial Forever with You. August features a dose of arcade nostalgia with Sega Ages Afterburner, alongside the intriguing horror adventure Deep Fear. September is the month for Sakura Wars, a highly anticipated title. October continues the classic arcade revival with Sega Ages Outrun, and November sees the release of Sega Ages Space Harrier. Looking ahead to spring, we can expect the mystery adventure game, The 11th Hour, and the action-packed Cobra, The Space Pirate. The Psycho Gun. It's a diverse range of games spanning RPGs, action, puzzle, and sports, showing the breadth of genres available on the Sega Saturn, with a clear emphasis on the Sega Ages series, bringing arcade classics to the home console. This page continues the new software schedule for the Sega Saturn. Looking at the summer releases, there's a mix of titles including Alien Trilogy, Aquazone for Sega Saturn, and Dark Savior, alongside more games like Nights into Dreams and Strikers 1945. Autumn brings Enemy Zero and Tecmo Super Bowl. Winter highlights Street Fighter Zero 2. Moving into 96, there's World Heroes Perfect and Cotton 2. Then in 97 we see Guardian Force. The release date undecided section is packed. It lists a huge variety of games like Corpse Killer, Overdrive DX, and Road Rash. There's also a game called Criticom, various karaoke titles, and fighting games such as Fighting Vipers and Phantasy Star. It even mentions titles like Darius Gaiden and The Legend of Oasis. The SATA Maga editorial department check section talks about how the game release schedule is constantly changing, which is a hot topic for Saturn fans. They mention that while 20,000 yen Saturn consoles are selling well, they want to provide even more information for Saturn users. They are planning to have Sega official information corners starting next time, and promise to deliver even more exciting news in the future issues, including American E3 show news, latest software announcements,
and arcade ports. They are hyping up the Saturn and suggesting that even more exciting things are coming. This document presents a SEGA Saturn-focused reader questionnaire and accompanying data. The questionnaire gathers reader demographics and opinions on the magazine, including game purchase plans. 3 tables provide detailed information. Table 2 catalogs a wide array of gaming hardware, including various SEGA Saturn models and competitors like PlayStation and PC Engine, along with accessories like joysticks and modems. Table 3 offers a comprehensive software list, showcasing a diverse range of SEGA Saturn game titles across multiple genres, from RPGs to fighting games, including popular titles like Virtua Fighter 2 and Panzer Dragoon Saga. Table 1 outlines the magazine's articles, covering topics such as game reviews, e.g., Street Fighter 02, Enemy Zero, reader feedback, news, and event coverage like E3, plus special features on specific game titles. This page is an advertisement for the upcoming SEGA Saturn action RPG, Legend of Thor, also known as Story of Thor 2 internationally. It's promoting the game as nearing completion and showcases the early to mid-game stages. They boast a 100% completion rate and highlight it as an RPG exclusive to the Saturn, running at a smooth 60 frames per second, which was a big deal back then. The page introduces the main story and characters.
Leon, the player character, is a young man learning spirit magic, tasked by his master Orden to become the Spirit King. His quest is to find and control spirits. We also meet Mayura, a mysterious girl whose black hair is seen as unlucky in the world of Thor. The page details key characters Leon, Orden, and Mayura, with descriptions of their roles. It also shows item types: HP recovery items like cheese and fish, SP recovery items like fruits, and combined HP-SP recovery potions. Weapons include bombs, staves, arrows, swords, and greatswords, alongside other items like jewels and scrolls that enhance abilities. It's a classic action RPG setup with item management and character progression.
The next page continues the focus on Legend of Thor, highlighting the powerful spirit magic system. It emphasizes mastering spirits to aid in combat. The page details how spirits are summoned by hitting spirit balls with Leon's spirit ball attack. These spirits, like Diculate the water spirit and Ifrit the fire spirit, offer unique abilities.
We get a closer look at 4 spirits.
Diculate, a water spirit, is summoned with the button for a water bubble attack and a button held for an area effect heal. Ifrit, a fire spirit, is summoned with a button for a straight fire attack and a button held for a dash attack. Bao, a plant spirit, uses a button for a frontal attack and a button held for a head slam attack. Finally, Brass, the sound spirit, uses a button for a crystal-shattering sonic blast and a button held for a powerful directional sonic attack. A screenshot shows Leon in action, surrounded by summoned water spirits, with dialogue indicating it's a scene from their first encounter. The bottom section announces, Leon's journey begins, showcasing a map starting from Aquaria Village, Leon's home, and showing locations like the Forest of the Great Earth, Dead Spirit Valley, and the Fire Shrine. A large illustration of Leon reiterates the goal: to gather spirits and become the Spirit King. It mentions that Leon's adventure starts in Aquaria Village, where the water shrine is located, which is his initial destination. This page continues to delve into the Legend of Thor, focusing on gameplay within the Aquaria Village and the water shrine, as well as the fire shrine. It seems to be a guide, offering tips for players navigating these early stages. In the water shrine section, it explains that Leon is tasked with becoming the Spirit King and needs to explore the village and listen to the villagers for clues. It highlights the basic traps within the water shrine and suggests players become accustomed to them.
The guardian of the water shrine is introduced as Undine.
A gameplay tip suggests using smaller enemies as projectiles to defeat larger foes.
Moving on to the fire shrine, the guide notes that enemies become stronger.
It advises using Diite, the water spirit, and reminds players how to summon him, emphasizing the abundance of water sources in the environment. It shows how Dite's power can be used effectively against enemies. The boss of the fire shrine is revealed to be Orgatank. Finally, a tip regarding correct pillar usage hints at strategies involving pillars during combat. The overall tone is helpful, aiming to assist players in understanding game mechanics and overcoming challenges in these early shrine areas. This page is all about the SEGA Saturn game, Great Earth Forest, or possibly its international name, which might be different. It introduces the game's story, which revolves around a mysterious woman named Mayura, who is said to bring misfortune and has appeared in a village in the Great Earth Forest. The game seems to involve action and exploration. We see gameplay mechanics like jumping and slashing to defeat beehives, and falling into holes in the ground to access new areas. There's also a focus on a magical branch. By equipping this branch, players can charge it with power and unleash a special light attack. This light can also interact with plants, turning them into springy jump platforms. The page highlights a boss called Velpool that players need to protect in the Great Earth Forest. After defeating the boss, there's a dialogue scene where a character called Dark Fall speaks to someone named Leon, suggesting this might be the player character's name or a key character in the story. It seems like the game blends action elements with puzzle solving and a narrative focus. This section of the guide details the Sound Temple, a hidden location in the Great Earth Forest, accessed after speaking with Mayura. The temple is filled with traps, and players should examine knowledge stones for clues.
Defeating the giant night boss unlocks new areas. The guide also covers the acquisition of the Fire Sword Scroll, detailing its use in combat, particularly against stone and zombie enemies. A quest to protect Time within the Sound Temple, featuring a desert environment, is also described. Finally, the text hints at the story's progression. Following the Sound Temple, the player will meet Leon and encounter Ordeden's troubles. Erlinshade, spirit-like characters, are introduced as being involved, with Mayura pursuing the Blue Arm while trying to protect Orden. This page unveils the upcoming Sega Saturn title, Dark Savior. The game is marked as 70% complete and is an action RPG, slated for release in summer, priced at 5,800 yen. The text suggests that the story revolves around pursuing the final boss, Piran, and hints at a unique narrative where outcomes depend on player actions, moving beyond a simple ending. We get a glimpse into the story as the Sea Bandits ship takes center stage. It seems the ship was originally planned to be named Griolai, but the name was changed during production, reflecting significant internal changes. The narrative focuses on bounty hunter Luya, who has been chasing the villainous Piran for 10 years. Piran is captured and imprisoned on the Sea Bandits, but predictably escapes, causing chaos and imprisoning crew members Nick and Roland. Luya, despite initial hesitation, boards the ship to deal with the situation, encountering resistance from Piran's allies. Screenshots depict scenes within the ship's prison, and possibly show gameplay sequences, with character portraits showcasing the art style. The article emphasizes the dangerous nature of Piran and the unfolding events on the Sea Bandits ship. This page continues the preview of Dark Savior, highlighting gameplay elements and strategies. We learn about the initial objective, which is to reach the captain's cabin and encounter a character named Nick who has been injured. The game emphasizes puzzle solving and exploration to progress, showcasing areas like a freezer and a casino. The initial battle is described as easy, like a fighting game, suggesting a 3-round structure, but with manageable enemy health. The preview also gives 4 basic strategies for players. These include understanding that there isn't only one route to take, encouraging players to use the viewpoint shift to discover hidden paths, emphasizing the importance of finding and using switches to open new areas, and advising players to investigate anything suspicious, as this might reveal hidden passages. Screenshots show gameplay in various environments, including combat and exploration scenes. Overall, the tone is encouraging, urging players to explore thoroughly and enjoy the puzzle-solving aspects of Dark Savior. This page continues the look at Dark Savior and takes us to Jailer's Island. We learn about the island director, Kultrajan, who is having a birthday celebration, although it seems more like a spectacle for the inmates than a joyous occasion. Apparently, criminals from the mainland and even inmates' families are present. However, things take a turn when villains, known as Byron, start causing trouble in the town, seemingly driven by a desire for piranium, a dangerous substance that gives power but is also harmful. Prisoners are also taking advantage of the chaos. We see screenshots depicting tense situations, dialogue hinting at capturing someone named Ador, and combat scenes against these Byron enemies. It seems piranium is being used to empower these foes, making them dangerous. The final section details the arrival of the Sea Bandit ship carrying Rue and Yar at Jailer's Port. Communication seems to be down, and exploring Jailer's Island and the city is now the objective. The game emphasizes the 3-dimensional structure of the town,
encouraging players to use viewpoint shifts for navigation and exploration to find items and hidden areas within Jailer City. This page continues the walkthrough for Dark Savior, and this time we are infiltrating Jail City to find Byron. We start by gathering information while tipsy in Jail City and hear about a suspicious entrance. We're told to look for Dunks at Pano's bar because the entrance is locked and we can't get in. Heading to Pano's bar, we find Dunk and another man. Turns out Dunk is involved in some trouble, and the bar owner points us towards him. We learn Dunk is connected to Azuya and Adur. To get a key we need, we have to confront Dunk, as he's been thrown in jail for causing a ruckus. There's a choice whether to talk to Dunk or not, impacting the story. Another scenario shows Ryuya at a different bar, seemingly drunk, and arguing with someone named Jack. Again, a choice is presented: beg for forgiveness or not, likely leading to different outcomes. Finally, we see Ryuya battling Dunk, and upon winning, Ryuya gets the key. The page emphasizes dialogue choices and combat encounters as ways to progress through Jail City and obtain items like keys. This walkthrough focuses on Dark Savior's Amazon River section, where precise platforming across floating logs is crucial. Navigating the river requires careful jump alignment to avoid falling. Following this is an interior area with climbing, switches, and deadly traps. The guide stresses caution, as traps can inflict damage, and hidden switches are vital for progress. The game's impressive loading speed is also praised, creating a seamless experience. Finally, the walkthrough teases the next section, introducing Rygate, a tiger-like character from the Tello organization, on Jailer's Island, hinting at escalating plotlines and a formidable foe. This page focuses on Wizardry Vi and V2, complete for the Sega Saturn. It highlights the game as a return to the origins of RPGs, emphasizing its 3D dungeon exploration and monster battles. The game is presented as a complete package of Wizardry Vi and V2 on one disc, enhanced for the Saturn with improved graphics and controls. The page boasts an 80% completion rate from the developers at the time of writing, and mentions a release date at the end of May, priced at 6,800 yen. The article dives into the story, covering both Bane of the Cosmic Forge and Crusaders of the Dark Savant. Bane of the Cosmic Forge centers around a cosmic pen that can materialize anything written, causing chaos when in the wrong hands. Crusaders of the Dark Savant details a quest to stop the Dark Savant, a being seeking ultimate power. A section titled, Newly Added 6 Races, introduces 6 new character races: Lizardman, Strength-Focused; Fairy, Fastest; Rowwolf, Cowardly; Felper, High Spirit; Mook, Magic Combat Hybrid; and Dragon, Breath Attack. Each race comes with a short description of their traits. Finally, the opening scene section previews the beginning of Wizardry V2, showcasing scenes from the game's intro sequence, involving cosmic circles, messengers, and the unfolding mystery and adventure that awaits. The page ends with a "to be continued," hinting at more coverage to come. This article previews Albert Odyssey 2, Legend of Eldian, an upcoming Sega Saturn RPG. The magazine highlights its 85% completion rate and imminent release at 6,500 yen, emphasizing its sequel status to the original Albert Odyssey. The story picks up with Hero Pike, joined by Warrior Rucha and Songstress Ika, continuing their adventures against vampires, witches, and dragons. The article teases challenging battles despite the hero's increased strength, suggesting the current events are only the first half of the game. Focus is given to new characters like the swordsman guy, whose strength is key to reversing petrification linked to Ladria. The article also mentions the involvement of Balin, a powerful warrior, and introduces the Silver Vixen, a charismatic mercenary group led by women, further enriching the gameplay experience. Albert Odyssey 2, Legend of Eldian previews scenarios including Balan's Fortress, where Pike's team rescues villagers but faces the Witch Norma and the empowered Balan. Next, Like Clouds in That Sky encounter with a Maimon, features a Wyvern Lord encounter, the enigmatic Estan, and the introduction of a Maimon, a powerful beastman warrior. Lastly, the team seeks the Holy Sword Eldian to defeat a Necromancer. A new Sunsoft radio program, hosted by Manami Kobayashi, begins April 5th. And a hint of a journey to the Western continent, with the character Issa, is provided. This page showcases Darius 2, tentative title, a 90% complete Sega Saturn port of the classic 1989 arcade game. The reviewer notes it's a two-screen shooting game and aims to bring a fresh experience to players. First stage, Sun, Zone A, is set above scorching magma, where players face familiar bosses from the original Darius like Poseidon and Sea Seraph. The game's design as a shooting game is highlighted, emphasizing the two-screen wide view for strategic advantage and zoomed view on the Saturn version. Power-ups and items are discussed, including missiles, lasers, bombs, arm, hatch, and enemy bullet cancellation items, explaining their effects. Moving to the second stage, Mercury, Zone B takes place inside an anglerfish in a mercury water cave.
Enemies include Small Fry and the boss Chochin Angler, followed by Harisanban.
Zone C, also inside the anglerfish but described as Aji no Hiraki, features traps and higher difficulty, with the boss being Aji, which attacks with rocket missiles. The page concludes by promoting two-player cooperative play, emphasizing the enhanced fun and strategic power-up sharing, with the Saturn version automatically adjusting the screen display for two players. This article reviews the near-complete SEGA Saturn port of Darius 2, contrasting its dynamic gameplay with the original's quieter feel. It explores the stages, highlighting the challenges and strategies for success. Stage 3, Venus, presents three zones, D, E, F. Zone D is a challenging space battle. Zone E features mid-air combat, and Zone F focuses on ground-based combat with laser turrets and a difficult boss. Stage 4, also Venus, includes Zones G, H, I, and J. Zone G is a moon ruin with a crab boss. Zone H leads from the moon's surface to an underground base with a squid boss. Zone ID offers a challenging surface battle, while Zone J is a rare zone with humanoid enemies and a humanoid boss. The article also praises the Saturn version's customizable auto-fire feature, allowing players to adjust firing speed and reduce strain with options for different delay settings. The next page features No Nomura Hospital People, a coming-soon soft title that's generating quite a buzz, sitting at number 4 in anticipated new releases. This adventure game promises a deep and quiet story, set in the eerie No Nomura Hospital. The story seems to revolve around an incident at the hospital and the people involved. Scene 51, titled First Discoverer Who Is It?, presents a bedroom scene where the protagonist, Sayamaru Unabara, investigates a disturbing scene in a room with a bed. The text hints at a crime scene and the question of who discovered it first. The game intro introduces Sakuji Nomura, the hospital director, and his wife Akiko Nomura. It seems the protagonist is hired to investigate a murder case involving the director and the hospital.
Scene 52, Parallel World, takes a darker, more mysterious turn. It shows a different visual style with a character in a red hood, and hints at a shift into a separate or altered reality within the game's narrative. The text discusses hearing strange sounds and questioning their true nature, adding to the suspense. The game is nearing completion at 100% and is being developed by Elf. It's scheduled for release on April 26th, priced at 6,800 yen, and is an adventure game for one player, rated for 18 and over. The reviewer notes the game's focus on atmosphere and the protagonist's investigation, emphasizing the mysterious sounds and overall suspenseful experience players can expect. This page is still showcasing No Nomura Hospital People under the Coming Soon Soft banner. It seems to be diving deeper into the investigation aspect of the game. Scene 6 is titled Start the Interview Investigation, and details how Samaro is now officially investigating based on a request. He's actively moving around the hospital, interviewing various people to gather information. The text mentions he's speaking with nurses, hospital staff, and even relatives of people involved, trying to piece together the puzzle. It also highlights a detail finding a Virginia Slim cigarette at the scene, which seems like a significant clue for Sayamaru. The screenshots in this section show scenes that look like interview settings, featuring different characters he's talking to. Scene 7 shifts to Midnight Visitor. This scene takes place at night, with Sayamaru reflecting on the day's events when an unexpected visitor suddenly appears. This visitor abruptly hugs and kisses Sayamaru, catching him off guard. The text ponders the motivations behind this sudden action from the visitor, adding an element of mystery and personal interaction to the game's narrative. The image for this scene shows a pink-haired character with a thoughtful or surprised expression, possibly hinting at the Midnight Visitor's identity. This page continues to focus on No Nomura Hospital People and delves further into the game's story. Scene 8, titled The Complex Structure of the Hospital,
depicts a scene where characters are discussing something serious, potentially related to the ongoing investigation within the hospital. There are images of a woman who appears to be a patient, shown topless in framed portraits.
Scene 9 introduces a character named Saiju, with the title, Saiju, Appearance.
He's described as a shrewd detective from the Saiju Detective Agency. The text mentions he's a bit of a money grubber, and not particularly likable but capable of solving cases. It seems Sayamaru encounters him, and it's not a pleasant morning for Sayamaru. Scene 10 is titled, To Search for the Key, and describes a situation after breakfast, where Miyamaru realizes a key, presumably needed for the investigation, is missing. She was supposed to get it from Akiko. The text suggests someone might have stolen it. Miyamaru starts searching for the key in the hospital and finds Momoko collapsed. She gently comforts her. And then Momoko's friend, Kana, gets angry with Miyamaru, adding another layer of interpersonal drama. This page continues the preview of Nonomura Hospital People, with scene 11 titled, This Time for Sure, to Search for the Key. It seems the search for the key is still ongoing after Momoko collapsed. The protagonist needs to thoroughly search the hospital, including the director's room and patient charts, as the key is still missing and might have been stolen. The text suggests the detective Sayamaru is still investigating. There's an image depicting a night scene and a text box hinting at eavesdropping, asking if you should listen to voices or something else. Moving on to scene 12, Miho's repayment. It's set at midnight in a hospital room. Apparently, Miho was helped by Akiko and Isaku, and now she wants to repay the protagonist, having made an appointment. The text describes the protagonist heading to room 208 to meet Miho. The accompanying images show Miho in various states of undress in a hospital room, implying a more intimate encounter is about to happen. This page is advertising a game called La Pura's Panic, described as a beautiful girl variety game for SEGA Saturn. It boasts 10 types of games in one, and has a game-only mode, where you can just jump into playing the mini-games. There's also a story mode, where if you win, the girls change outfits, which sounds like a key selling point. The game includes puzzle-like elements and action-oriented games. The page showcases a few mini-games like roulette, a concentration poker game, and a spot the difference challenge. The advert highlights 4 worlds to conquer, each featuring a different girl. These are Casino Dimension with Rouge and Spotcat, One-Chan featuring Wan-Chan, Route 75 with Route 5 and Madame Q, and Black House with Nami and Dr. J. For each character they list the voice actress and a short quote. The game seems to be heavily focused on the appeal of these anime-style girls and their voice acting. This page is dedicated to showcasing more of the La Pura's Panic game, which is promoted as a collection of 10 mini-games in one package for the SEGA Saturn. You can jump straight into the action with game-only mode, or experience the story mode, where you can win and change the girls' outfits. The page details several of these mini-games.
There's Blackjack, where you aim for 7 cards to KO your opponent. A Spot the Difference game challenges you to find 10 differences within the time limit. Concentration is a card-matching game focusing on memory. Jigsaw Puzzle challenges you to complete a 24-piece puzzle within the time limit. A shooting game, where you need to hit targets with projectiles. And a rhythm game, where you match button presses to musical notes. Finally, there is a 15 puzzle game. The advert also highlights the story mode, featuring various female characters like Shuto Lapis, Alice, Eve, Dora, Maria, Boss, Adras, Goddess Lapis, and Evil God Lapis. Each character section includes a picture of the girl, the voice actor, and a short quote. The bottom section is advertising a voice actor amusement club video present related to the game, seemingly a special video featuring the voice actors, with details about release dates and special editions included. This page is about the SEGA Saturn version of Graduation, which is being touted as the final definitive version of the game. It's still in development at 60% completion. The article explains that Graduation started as a PC game and became a popular title in the genre of raising simulations. This Saturn version is promised to be more complete than ever before, taking player feedback from other versions and refining aspects like graphics, event variety, and presentation. The page features screenshots showcasing some in-game events, with titles like Drama Festival and School Festival Concert, suggesting these are key events within the game's school life simulation. The article even poses the question, will original events be included,
hinting at new content exclusive to the Saturn release. The text emphasizes that NEC Interchannel is dedicated to making this Saturn version the best graduation experience yet, and encourages players to look forward to its release. The SEGA Saturn version of Graduation spotlights the 5 main female characters of Class 3B. Reiko Takagi is the refined, popular, perfect daughter. Mami Arai is a mischievous, caring girl whose grades are a concern. Minatsu Kato is the energetic, tomboyish athlete. Shizuka Nakamoto is the cool, top student. Mami Shimura is the childish-looking class idol, with a hidden, mature side. The article continues to heavily promote the Saturn version as the definitive experience, promising significant improvements and additions, calling it the definitive extreme version. The developers aim to deliver a truly epic graduation experience, highlighting the increased detail and depth compared to the PC Engine version. This page is all about Dookyu Say If for the SEGA Saturn, and it's showcasing some brand new visuals drawn by Masaki Takei, specifically for this Saturn release. They're really hyping up the fact that these are completely original illustrations and a must-see for fans. The article talks about how readers will be excited because the Saturn version is getting a whole bunch of new visual content. It emphasizes that Masaki Takei's artwork is the real deal, not just some imitation, and promises a set of 5 new illustrations to enjoy. Dookyu Say If itself is prominently displayed with a large logo, and there's a screenshot showing a scene from the game, featuring a girl by a pool. They're also mentioning that the game is about 80% complete at this point, which is exciting. The text next to the completion percentage talks about finally announcing the game, and how Masaki Takei has drawn these original pictures especially for Saturn owners. It even hints at a possible different storyline compared to the original Dookyu Say, mentioning characters like Pretty Kyoko-chan and Satoma-kan, and suggesting there might be another story element. At the bottom we get the details. It's an adventure game for 1 player, recommended for ages 18 and up, and scheduled for release in June, priced at 7,800 yen. It's being published by NEC Interchannel and licensed by ELF.
Looks like they're really pushing the enhanced visual experience for this Saturn version.
This page continues to showcase Dookyu Say If for the SEGA Saturn, doubling down on the promise of brand new scenarios and situations. It highlights that the game is getting a visual upgrade, with new illustrations created by Masaki Takei himself. The article emphasizes that this isn't just a simple port. They're putting in serious effort to make the Saturn version special, especially in terms of the visuals and character interactions. We get to see character art of Kurokawa Satomi in her uniform, which is called the uniform version, and Sakuragi Kyoko in a swimsuit, labeled the swimsuit version. These are presented as examples of the new visuals. There are also some screenshots showing off how much sharper and more detailed the graphics are compared to previous versions. They mention the artwork is being polished up, with smoother lines and better quality in general. The text also touches on adding more volume to the scenario and improving the overall presentation. It sounds like they are really trying to make this the definitive version of Dookyu Say. This page showcases the upcoming SEGA Saturn software, particularly highlighting the visual upgrades for Dookyu Say If. They're really pushing the improved graphics and new content, making it seem like the definitive edition.
We get a glimpse of in-game scenes and character art.
There's a shot of the heroine, Satomi Kurokawa, on a date in a car with the protagonist, set in a traditional Japanese inn. Then we see Sakuragi Kyoko in her swimsuit, and also Tuju Masami in a swimsuit, suggesting some mature content. There's another scene with Student Council President Makoto Shion in a passionate embrace with a younger student, hinting at secret dates and romantic situations. In a fun segment, they have a quiz about fascinating legs.
The first question asks whose legs belong to Yoshiko Sawa-sensei, the teacher. The second question is about the legs of Kyoko Sahayeki, the teacher's sister. In a tea room setting, it's a playful way to highlight the characters and maybe some of the game's more suggestive elements.
This page is all about Hyper Reverthion for the SEGA Saturn, which is being advertised as coming soon. It's touted as a smooth 60-frame 3D fighting action game, featuring creatures as mecha. They emphasize that despite being 3Ds, the controls are simplified to focus on shot, jump, and boost actions, combined with command techniques. The screenshots show fast-paced 3D battles in various arenas. They highlight unique special moves for each of the 8 playable characters. Examples shown include a wide-range radiation attack, a powerful throwing technique, and the importance of rolling to evade attacks that normal movement can't avoid. The page also introduces several characters with profiles including names like League Going, Bald Bolds, Tiamila Yuglas, Kuma, Junamate, Misara Fatoel, Ibum Arc Rodrigo, Ki Bernea, and Zenum. These profiles include details like height, weight, and special skills, giving a good overview of the game's roster and their fighting styles. It looks like a pretty intense and visually appealing 3D fighter for the Saturn. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Can Can Bunny Premiere, a Nanpa adventure game all about making memories with girls. The page emphasizes that the game is 100% complete and ready for release. It seems to be a dating sim or adventure game where you interact with 4 different girls. The page introduces 4 female characters. Yuma-chan, who is described as energetic, jealous, and childish. Miyuki-san, an adult-like woman who is fashionable and easily swayed by mood, aiming to be a jazz pianist against her father's wishes. Rina-chan, a reliable girl who is unlucky in love and loves bikes. And Mahoko-chan, a graceful lady who is hard to read and has a surprising side. Each character introduction includes a personality description and small scenarios or hints about interacting with them within the game. For example, with Yuma-chan, you might go to an amusement park together, and with Mayuki-san, you might need to visit different floors of a hotel. It looks like the game focuses on building relationships and understanding the feelings of these girls. This page details gameplay for Nanpa Adventure, focusing on the Misawa sisters, Naomi and Yukari. Naomi, a shy 20-year-old office worker, and Yukari, her caring, boyish 23-year-old sister, are key characters in the final chapter. Tegoroi. Gameplay tips emphasize building rapport through small gestures. Lunch suggests saving money to buy Yukari a drink. Fight advises supporting Yukari after a disagreement. The Love Success section stresses assertiveness. Players are encouraged to initiate dates and conversations, exemplified by the advice to invite Naomi for a massage and drinks. The game rewards proactive behavior, with the tagline, "If you don't speak up, it won't begin." Assertiveness is key. This page introduces Cubic Gallery, a puzzle game described as intellectual exploration software, where you play with famous paintings. It seems like an edutainment title that lets you appreciate art in a fun way. The game features detective-like characters, Eddie and Dizzy, possibly guiding you through the art gallery. Cubic Gallery boasts 100% completion and is anticipated for release at 5,800 yen on April 26th, playable by 1 player of all ages. The page highlights a data gallery feature, emphasizing basic knowledge about art. It mentions you can access data on artists, production years, and other background information within the game. They showcase 4 famous paintings in detail. The Arnolfini portrait by Jan van Eyck, depicting a wedding scene in 1434, Ishtar, or Astarte Syriaca, by Dante Gabriel Rossetti from 18,751,877, portraying the goddess and exploring themes of love and beauty. Apples and Oranges by Paul Cézanne, a still life from 18,961,897, simplifying objects into geometric forms, and the Langlois Bridge at Arles by Vincent van Gogh. Painted. Each section gives a brief description and shows a screenshot of the painting within the game. A small box shows direct mode, suggesting a first-person perspective to explore the Cubic Gallery environment in 3D. This page continues to explore the simulation art aspects of Cubic Gallery, focusing on different ways to appreciate famous paintings within the game. It seems like you can delve into the hidden aspects of art in various modes. One mode allows you to change colors to see how different palettes affect the impression of a painting, highlighting the artist's color choices, referencing masters like Monet and Van Gogh. Another mode lets you decompose paintings, breaking them down to understand composition and the arrangement of elements. You can also change poses of figures in paintings to see how posture impacts the overall feeling, especially the vertical lines and arm positions. Viewpoint change allows you to explore landscapes from different angles, like moving from a bridge to a boat to experience a wider scene. For a more immersive experience, Touch the Art mode lets you interact with paintings, bringing them to life and revealing secrets, something impossible in a real museum. There's also a puzzle mode where you rearrange scattered pieces of a painting, enhancing your understanding of its overall composition and arrangement. Finally, Story Mode offers themed appreciation of art, providing hints to explore paintings based on various themes like color, composition, models, or artistic eras, allowing for deeper art discovery and new perspectives. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Uncharted Waters, New Horizons, or as it's known here, Daikukai Jidai Gaiden Sent Elmos no Kiseki. It's marked as 100% complete and coming out on April 19th as a simulation RPG. The page delves into early game strategies, calling it Preface Battle Strategy, Big Research. The story seems to revolve around a protagonist named Lion, whose father is a famous adventurer who's gone missing. Lion's adventure kicks off in Barcelona, following clues about his father's whereabouts. There's a section about occupying ports and defeating monsters,
highlighting gameplay mechanics. To explore the vast ocean, you need to manage resources like food and water.
Ports
are overrun by monsters, and you'll have to defeat them to liberate the port. We see screenshots of battles with monsters like Toribiru, Infusiona, Blaireau, and Chiba. It seems you'll need to level up your character before taking on port bosses, as lower levels might not be strong enough for these encounters. Once you liberate a port, trade becomes possible again, and you can get more information about your father. The reviewer seems really hyped for the game's release, and thanks the person who designed the character Pi. Uncharted Waters, New Horizons delves into naval combat and trading. The Seaman's Cutter class section covers ship combat, emphasizing quick reactions to sudden attacks and storms. Skillful ship handling and strategic cannon fire are crucial, considering ship stats and captaining ability. Trade for funds
Highlights trading as the primary source of wealth, suggesting buying low and selling high across 12 ports with fluctuating market prices. A detailed trading system includes commodities like foodstuffs and luxury goods. Finally, investment command effects discusses how investing in ports unlocks special goods, boosting profits. However, it warns about the risks and the need for sufficient funds before investing. This page is all about Sonic Wings Special for the SEGA Saturn, highlighting that it's a compilation of the entire series. They mention it's based on Sonic Wings 3, but also incorporates elements from the first two games. This Saturn version is promised to have unique features, including an original animation for the opening and new stages and modes to explore. The screen will be in a vertical orientation, meaning you'll have black bars on the sides of your TV. The game lets you choose from 5 different countries and supports 2-player cooperative play. It sounds like they are adding voice acting to the demo, and there's a character selection screen where you pick your pilot and country. The game modes are listed as Easy, Normal, Hard, MVS, and even hints at more new modes being added. Adding to the excitement, the game will come with a special CD featuring vocals by Mau Mau Makino. The magazine emphasizes this as a must-buy for fans, saying you can't miss this. They also note that even though some screenshots shown are from the Neo Geo version, they are indeed showcasing Saturn version photos. Keep an eye out for more Saturn exclusive features to be revealed soon. This page is all about Lifescape, a game coming soon for the SEGA Saturn, and it looks pretty far along in development at 90% completion. The magazine mentions it's coming out on May 17th, costing 6,800 yen, and published by MediaQuest under the Etc. Pop Science label. The headline screams, cutting-edge rendered life's origins, posing big questions like, what is life? And where did it come from? It seems to be tackling the 4 billion-year journey of life on Earth, starting from simple bacteria all the way to humans, and it's all packed onto 2 creeds. They mention it's based on a video movie that was part of an NHK documentary series called Life, emphasizing the high quality and credibility. It seems like Lifescape has 3 main modes. First is Option Movie, which lets you explore different eras and themes through CG animations, like underwater life in the Cambrian period, explaining complex stuff visually. Then there's Experiment Mode, where you mess with Dina to create life, from carnivorous fish to monkeys, and play through evolution scenarios with goals to meet. Lastly, Movie Theme Mode is highlighted as the main draw, based on that award-winning NHK documentary. They are boasting about Jurassic Park-level CG and emphasize that you can watch parts of the movie, making it a visually engaging experience. It sounds like they are really pushing the visual aspect and educational angle of this title, making it something different from typical games. This page is showcasing Angel Paradise Volume 1 Sakaki Yuko Koi no Yokan in Hollywood, and it looks like it's ready to go, hitting 100% completion. This game is from Sammy, and is part of their new Angel Paradise series. Apparently, you get to travel with the idol Sakaki Yuko in Hollywood, making it a must-have for fans. The setting is Hollywood, with beach and shopping scenes.
Very exciting.
It's launching on April 19th, priced at 5,800 yen for the Puzz format, which is a puzzle game. It's a single-player game for all ages. The page highlights gameplay features like chain reaction clearing to get items in a puzzle mode. It also mentions a 15 puzzle mode. There are bonus features for fans too. One special feature is special stage videos that feel like you're talking to her. And another is that you can rewatch cleared stage videos whenever you want. The tagline at the bottom reads, "I'm glad I'm alive," which is quite a statement. Overall, it seems to be a puzzle game focused on the idol Sakayuko, with video rewards and fan service elements.
This page continues to introduce
Angel Paradise Volume 1 Sakaki Yuko, highlighting Yuko-chan's Sweet 4 Days gameplay. It seems to be structured around 4 in-game days with Yuko-chan. Day 1 is LA Arrival, first relaxing at the beach, showing beach scenes and puzzle gameplay. Day 2 is Under the Blue Sky, Let's Sweat, featuring roller skating and pool scenes, again with puzzle gameplay shots. Day 3 is Hollywood Court, My Happiness, showcasing shopping and Hollywood locations. The final day section is And the Final Day, hinting at the ending of the game and Yuko's travel experience. The page mentions the puzzle aspect has 16 stages in total, with 4 stages per day, and you need to clear them in order to unlock the videos. It emphasizes the reward of seeing videos as you progress. For fans, there's exciting news. To celebrate the game's release, there will be autograph and photo sessions with Yuko-chan herself. These events will be held in Osaka on April 20th and Tokyo on April 21st at specific softmap stores. This is a great opportunity for fans to meet Yuko-chan and celebrate the game launch. Magical Hoppers Active Chapter is a comical action game where players choose between Ranmi Nanase and Himari Utaha, battling for treasure. The reviewer awards a 75% completion score, praising the elaborate stage settings and comical presentations in Round 1.
Fight! Especially boss battles and the introduction of Himiko-chan.
Character introductions highlight Ranmi, a cheerful 14-year-old, and Himari, a calm 15-year-old. The game features a score display, encouraging players to aim for high scores by defeating enemies and collecting items. A key element is Himari's flying mecha, Toma, a robot that appears early in the game, described as a succession-type robot, which may evolve in future installments. The game, which will be releasing more information soon, features gameplay elements and depth to keep players engaged. This page is showcasing the upcoming SEGA Saturn release of Dragon Ball Z, The Great Dragon Ball Legend. It's highlighted as a playing anime action game, boasting a 100% completion rate and slated for release in late May. The developers are teasing the game, suggesting it's hard to explain in words, but will be a visually impressive viewing game with intense battles and special moves. The game aims to revive the emotional drama of Dragon Ball, adapting the story from comic volumes 18 onwards. It's based on the PC Engine version of Great Dragon Ball Legend and uses an auto battle system, emphasizing cinematic presentation and story. Players can control characters within the story, allowing for a faithful recreation of the original scenes and player-driven narrative creation. Key gameplay features include large-scale auto battles in space and on the ground, simulating massive fights despite being one-on-one. Battles involve up to 3 characters simultaneously, each acting independently, with unique actions and voiceovers, and special moves. The game promises a wide selection of characters and scenario freedom, allowing players to experience and create their own Dragon Ball story. The controls are described as intuitive, using directional buttons for movement, Z for selection, and A-B-C buttons for actions and defense. Power balance is indicated by meters, and special moves are triggered through button combinations. This page introduces Irem Arcade Classics for the SEGA Saturn, boasting 3 games, 3 times the nostalgia. It's a compilation of 3 retro arcade hits: Spartan X, known internationally as Kung Fu Master, 10-Yard Fight, and Zippy Race. Kung Fu Master is described as a side-scrolling fighting action game where you rescue a heroine by ascending a pagoda, battling enemies with punches and kicks. The page highlights the strong bosses on each floor, showing screenshots of the gameplay across different levels, from 1F to 4F, emphasizing the increasing difficulty with each stage. 10-Yard Fight is presented as a football game focused on scoring touchdowns. It's mentioned as a simple yet addictive game where you create defensive openings and aim for touchdowns. Even without knowing American football rules, it's described as fun and easy to get into. Zippy Race is introduced as a racing game where you drive a bike across America, racing rival cars. You need to overtake rivals, reach checkpoints, and be mindful of fuel and obstacles. The game shifts between a top-down 2D view and a 3D perspective at checkpoints. The page warns about fuel consumption and off-road hazards. The manufacturer's comment talks about the nostalgia for the 80s arcade era, inviting players to relive the golden age of games with this compilation, encouraging even those who think the 80s are old to try it out. The release date is mentioned as April 26th, with a price of 5,800 yen. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn game Metal Black. It's a shoot-'em-up, and from the look of things, it's almost finished, boasting a 90% completion rate. The page highlights that while it's a shooter, the difficulty is manageable, especially in the early stages, making it approachable for newcomers to the genre. They're calling it a game that even folks new to shooting games will find fun and understand its appeal. They're diving into gameplay techniques to help players get through the tougher later sections, focusing on the first half of the game. They're calling this a must-see technique collection, and even offering strategies for the third stage, which they call Dreamland. There are sections covering how to use the max laser effectively, both in spread and concentrated modes, explaining that each mode has different strengths. Another tip is about using the terrain to your advantage, using lasers to hit enemies, even when they are obscured by the environment. They point out that knowing where enemies appear and their patterns in the first half makes it surprisingly easier. There's advice on handling the angled scrolling sections, emphasizing quick enemy disposal to avoid crashing into the terrain. Finally, it mentions bonus stages, and how achieving perfect scores on stages 1 and 3 will net you extra lives. The page uses screenshots to illustrate these points throughout. This guide provides strategies for the shooting game Donpachi, offering tips for mastering its gameplay. It categorizes playstyles based on 3 ship types: Type A, Speed; Type B, Focused Fire; and Type C, Wide-Range Shots. The guide offers stage-by-stage advice, starting with Stage 1, emphasizing vigilance despite fewer enemies, and highlighting the importance of mid-boss destructions. Stage 2 introduces increased enemy variety and encourages strategic shot and laser usage, including collecting item drops from aerial battleships. Boss strategies involve concentrated fire on vulnerable areas. The guide promotes high score potential and underscores the significance of understanding hit detection. It's packed with gameplay screenshots and indicates the game's completion and anticipated release date of April 26th. This page announces the upcoming release of the SEGA Saturn game Sorcerer Hunters. Based on the popular anime series, it is advertised as being 100% complete and ready for release around April 26th. The page introduces the game's story, focusing on 2 episodes. Episode 1, Invoke Life Crimson Flower, centers around the character Lady Amore and hints at themes of seeking perfect beings and male energy. Episode 2, Unwritten Rule of Shadow and Light, features Barbara, a sorceress who collects beautiful girls. The story sections tease plots about pursued girls and suspicious situations involving the main characters. Gameplay details are revealed in the battle-winning strategy section, explaining combat tactics and character abilities. It highlights how characters like Gateau and Maron utilize different fighting styles and magical abilities. There's also a section on surprise attacks, and another that seems to suggest suspicious or mysterious elements within the game's narrative. Overall, the page is generating excitement for the game's release, focusing on its story and action elements. The SEGA Saturn game 3x3 Eyes, Sazan Eyes in Japan, is a 2 CD-ROM adventure game featuring the Succubus Princess story arc with 4 episodes. It boasts branching scenarios, significantly altering the narrative based on the player's choice of starting location, enhancing replayability. The game offers 2 distinct scenario beginnings: Shikokushima, Japan, where Yakumo and Pai investigate a village incident, and Taiwan, where Pai is already causing problems. The order chosen impacts character encounters and Pai's perceived power. The Taiwan scenario emphasizes Pai's strength in solving the mystery. Developed by Japan Create, the game was set for an April 19th release at 7,300 yen, for a 3-disc set. It is a single-player game with a completion meter at 100%. The game emphasizes its unique storytelling approach, offering diverse perspectives depending on the chosen starting location. Practical Pachislot Winning Strategy 3 for SEGA Saturn offers a comprehensive Pachislot experience with 3 main modes. Explanation Mode teaches the game's rules and terminology. Strategy Mode allows players to analyze machine settings and data to develop winning strategies. Practical Battle Mode simulates a real Pachislot parlor, challenging players to reach a winning target. The game provides in-depth control, letting players manage coins, view statuses, and adjust settings. It features 5 diverse slot machine types, including Queen 2, Aladdin A, and others, each with unique characteristics. Players can utilize graphs, a data robot, and other tools to analyze performance and refine their gameplay. The game aims to provide a realistic and engaging Pachislot simulation. The next page is all about Sakura Wars, a highly anticipated title coming in September. They're revealing new information and screenshots, apologizing for keeping fans waiting. This issue is packed with details about the game, including brand new animation scenes that are being shown for the first time. The page dives into the world of Sakura Wars, focusing on the Imperial Opera Troupe and the Imperial Combat Review. It explains how the opera troupe, known as the Imperial Troupe, has a long history and serves as the public face of the Combat Review. Sakura herself is highlighted as the main character, and we see an impressive full-page image of her. There's a section wondering about the stage performances within the game, mentioning plays like You and I and others. Apparently, these performances will be pretty elaborate, featuring animation and songs during key events. The page also showcases some gameplay snippets, including detective scenes with Iris and Sommire in stage practice. The reviewer seems very hyped, suggesting that if this is just a glimpse, the full game will be incredible and live up to the high expectations. This page dives deeper into Sakura Wars, explaining more about the Imperial Combat Review. It highlights their dual identity. They are known to the public as the Imperial Opera Troupe, but secretly, they are also the Imperial Combat Review, tasked with defending the imperial capital from evil. We learn about the Flower Division, a key unit within the review, and its leadership under Commander Yoneda and Lieutenant Commander Fujieda. The player takes on the role of the Flower Division's captain and is tasked with building trust with the team's female members. The page also details the story progression in Sakura Wars, explaining that the game is structured into 10 chapters, each following a pattern. Chapters are split into pre-battle and post-battle sections, punctuated by eye-catch moments, giving it a TV anime feel. The ADV sections promise branching storylines and interactive elements. The article also describes the ADV interaction system, where the cursor changes shape when you can interact with something on screen, allowing you to talk to characters or find items. For example, in one screenshot you can find Iris's photograph, which triggers a conversation with her. The flow of gameplay is laid out, showing the progression from chapter titles through pre-battle segments, battles, epilogues, and previews for the next chapter. It emphasizes the conversational depth within the ADV sections of the game.
The article concludes by teasing the next page, which will explain the choice system in Sakura Wars.
The Lips system is a core gameplay mechanic in Sakura Wars, enabling story branching through timed choices during dialogue. Players face decisions in specific scenarios, like the example of Sommire and her kimono. The player must choose within a time limit, with choices affecting character relationships and story progression. For instance, the player can choose to help Sommire directly, potentially leading to a positive outcome, or choose not to intervene, leading to different character interactions. Failing to choose results in a default action. These choices impact trust levels and future events, highlighting the importance of Lips in offering player agency and shaping the narrative. This page showcases the map creation process for Sakura Wars using 3D CG modeling. It explains how the simulation part of the game uses 3D CG for building and map design, simplifying it as creating wireframe outlines and then applying textures. The page highlights the detailed construction of buildings, showing wireframe models alongside textured versions, emphasizing the meticulous detail in recreating structures like houses, gates, wells, stairs, and even roof tiles and trees. It also features a wireframe model of the Imperial Capitol Tower, showcasing its complexity and height.
A section with staff comments answers questions about using 3D CG. They explain that 3D CG was chosen because Sakura Wars features many buildings, Using 3D-CG allows for efficient creation and modification of these structures. When asked about efficiency compared to hand drawing, they acknowledge it might take longer, but the precision and unique texture possible with 3D-CG are invaluable, especially for portraying the atmosphere of the game. They mention the importance of adjusting color tones and avoiding overly flashy CG to create a visually pleasing experience for players who will be looking at the screen for extended periods during simulation sequences. The team also notes the need to ensure the CG doesn't look out of place and blends well with the overall game's visual style, aiming for a mature and calm atmosphere reminiscent of the Taisho era setting. This page is the cover for the SEGA Saturn Software Complete Guide, featuring a very cool image of a dragon-like creature, almost certainly from Panzer Dragoon, front and center. It seems to be a guide focusing on SEGA Saturn games that have been released since the console launched, with a special focus on recent popular titles. The text highlights that this issue is a bumper edition, packed with content after a bit of a break. Looking at the index, it seems to cover a range of games, including Gradius Deluxe Pack, Panzer Dragoon Zwei, Gun Griffon, The Eurasian Conflict, Victory Goal 96, Sega Rally Championship, The Tower, Suiko Enbu, Outlaws of the Water Margin, a game possibly called 7 Hidden Mansions, Angelique Special, and Dragon Force. It looks like a pretty comprehensive overview of the recent and must-have Sega Saturn games at the time. This page dives into essential techniques for mastering Gradius Deluxe Pack on the Sega Saturn. The focus is on increasing your synchro rate with the Vic Viper, essentially meaning improving your gameplay and strategic approach to conquer all stages. It emphasizes that even if you're familiar with the original games, there's always more to learn to fully master the game's tactics. The page is broken down into sections covering different power-ups. For speed up, it recommends setting your speed to level 2 as a standard. Missile strategy advises understanding projectile trajectory and using missiles effectively for enemies on the ground. The laser section stresses using the beam's piercing power to its full potential, suggesting firing it in long bursts and mastering timing. Double shots are highlighted as useful in specific situations, requiring simultaneous front and diagonal fire, but less effective if shots overlap too much. The section talks about positioning your options effectively to maximize attack coverage. Finally, a question mark section discusses maintaining a ready-to-respond state, focusing on obstacle avoidance and using shields wisely, especially in challenging force field sections. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate gameplay scenarios and power-up usage within Gradius. This page continues the strategy digest for Gradius Deluxe Pack, focusing on stage-by-stage or walkthroughs. It's still targeting the normal rank, first playthrough experience. The top half of the page covers Stage 1, detailing areas where the ground crumbles and safe spots to navigate these sections. It advises players to use the terrain to their advantage, hide from enemy fire, and explains how speed, missiles, lasers, double shots, and options should be employed effectively during this stage. It also points out locations to collect capsules safely. The lower half then jumps to Stage 8, specifically the defense wall sections. It highlights the upper, middle, and lower routes within these walls, emphasizing the importance of option placement for defense and careful maneuvering through the narrow passages. Finally, there's a small OMAKE, or bonus section, dedicated to Gradius 2. This part gives hints on missile usage and shield management, and encourages a hit-and-run tactic, emphasizing quick attacks and evasive maneuvers. Screenshots throughout the page illustrate gameplay scenarios and strategic points within both Gradius and Gradius 2. The next page continues the Gradius Deluxe Pack Strategy Guide, diving into enemy tactics and stage layouts for Stages 1 and 8, specifically for players on their initial playthrough at normal difficulty. Stage 1 is covered in detail, pointing out the crystal formations and safe zones within the crumbling terrain. It's recommended to utilize the environment for cover while attacking. The guide highlights the effectiveness of speed adjustments, missiles, lasers, double shots, and options for clearing this stage, and pinpoints locations for safe capsule collection. Moving on to Stage 8, the guide focuses on the defense wall sections, outlining 3 distinct paths: upper, middle, and lower. It stresses the importance of strategically positioning your options for maximum defense in these tight corridors. Lastly, there's a bonus section called OMAKE, dedicated to Gradius 2. This section offers hints on missile usage and shield management, advocating a hit-and-run playstyle, quick strikes followed by evasive maneuvers to survive. Throughout the page, screenshots are used to illustrate key strategic points and gameplay scenarios in both Gradius and Gradius 2. Panzer Dragoon Zwei's scoring system, influenced by the ATAC system, Reward strategic gameplay. Normal shots score based on enemy strength, lasers on simultaneous lock-ons, and berserk attacks simply on enemy strength. Using different attack types impacts the score multiplier, encouraging weapon variety. Boss battles offer significant scoring opportunities. Remaining time is converted to a bonus, heavily favoring quick victories. Clearing a boss with over 60 seconds remaining earns a bonus based on remaining time and difficulty. Clearing in under 60 seconds yields a flat bonus, also tied to difficulty. This system emphasizes speed and efficiency. The game encourages players to master various attacks and conquer bosses swiftly to maximize scores. Panzer Dragoon Zwei's scoring system rewards efficient combat throughout its episodes. In Starting Destiny, maintain a high hit count by consistently shooting enemies. Episode 2 offers 10,000 point bonuses for quickly eliminating cavalry enemies, left route, and destroying rotating gun platforms, right route. Episode 3 and Episode 4 emphasize post-boss fight scoring. Defeat all enemies, particularly the red bubble enemies after Hexamag, and the tail section after Landora, for bonus points. Episode 4 also includes a 10,000 point time bonus. Episode 6 presents a challenging aerial battle with enemies from all directions, hinting at scoring opportunities tied to a large mothership. The next page delves into the dragon's growth system in Panzer Dragoon Zwei, explaining how your gameplay influences its evolution. It highlights that dragon evolution occurs after each episode, but it's not guaranteed every time, depending on your performance. The page breaks down the scoring system into 3 key elements. Clear point, awarded for just finishing an episode. Route point, gained by taking riskier routes in branching episodes. And technical point, earned by defeating many enemies with a high hit rate, rewarding skillful play. These points accumulate to determine if and how your dragon evolves. The article gives 3 points to focus on for dragon evolution. First, emphasize practical combat and gain experience by replaying episodes, as difficulty adjusts to your attempts. Second, prioritize defeating as many enemies as possible during battles, focusing on marking and shooting down large numbers. Third, challenge stronger enemies. Route points are key in branching episodes, reflecting the difficulty of the chosen path, especially when playing in full mode, where harder routes yield higher scores. The page showcases the dragon's evolution path, starting with the dragon Babachi, the standard form. It then progresses to the dragon Redwing, enhancing attack power and shot count. Further evolution leads to the dragon Armanite, boasting increased defense and a more combat-oriented appearance. The article teases a heavily armored 5th form to look forward to, suggesting even more powerful transformations are possible through skilled gameplay. Panzer Dragoon Zwei's level design and difficulty rely on route selection and the automatic dragon and enemies control system, Akindi. Episode 3 features branching paths, with the tougher Route 2 offering stronger enemies and a mid-boss, with a 3:7 selection ratio by AI. Episode 4 recommends Route 2 if no significant level difference exists, providing a secret area. Players are warned about Landora enemies and their disrupting red projectiles. The update system influences both dragon development and enemy AI. Dragon ADEC affects dragon evolution, with performance impacting attack speed and power. Enemy ADEC dynamically adjusts difficulty based on player performance, indicated by radar colors: yellow for caution, red for danger. Difficulty settings multiply the base ADEC value. Dragon ranks are also determined by accuracy, with higher ranks awarded for near-perfect play. This page reveals a hidden feature in Panzer Dragoon Zwei called Pandora's Box, a forbidden back technique inspired by the Greek myth of Pandora. This special mode unlocks in the options menu once certain conditions are met. To access it, you need to have played for over 2 hours and 30 minutes, achieve an ADEC value of 2 or more at the save end screen, and then reset or power cycle your Saturn. Once unlocked, Pandora's Box allows you to customize various game settings. You can select your starting episode, including options like Begin, Zero Space for Practice, and even jumping straight to the prologue. It also lets you choose your dragon form level, adjust your life settings, toggle rolling mode on or off, change the sight movement speed, and access a sound test for sound effects. The page also details the Zero Space Practice mode, which is designed for beginners. In this mode, enemies are stationary, making it perfect for practicing shooting. Furthermore, it explains the difficulty levels: normal, easy, and super easy. These levels primarily affect the volume of enemy fire, with super easy significantly reducing enemy projectiles and defense,
allowing for easier boss battles. The screenshots showcase the Pandora's box menu and in-game action. This page continues the guide to Panzer Dragoon Zwei, focusing on gameplay options and secret commands. It details how you can adjust the dragon's life recovery, offering a choice between normal and increase, where increase doubles the standard recovery rate. The familiar rolling mechanic from the previous game can be toggled on or off. You can also fine-tune the sight movement speed with normal, high, and low settings, noting that low speed is quite noticeable. The guide also mentions a sound test feature where you can listen to various in-game sounds and music. Moving on to hidden commands, this page reveals a few interesting tricks. One command lets you display the ATAC system value, which is normally hidden during gameplay. Another secret command activates an XY radar, offering a different view of the game world which might appeal to hardcore players. Lastly, there's a self-destruct command if you want to intentionally fail and restart. Finally, the page announces the upcoming release of the Panzer Dragoon Zwei original soundtrack and an arranged album on CD, featuring music and sound effects from the game, a must-have for fans. This page details advanced command techniques for Gungraphon. It highlights 3 secret commands designed for experienced players looking to spice up their gameplay. The first command, Object Cursor Elimination, activated by pressing left, right, C, and A, removes the object cursor, forcing you to visually identify enemies and allies. This is described as a way to truly test your battlefield awareness. The second command, Enemies Not Reflected on Radar, is inputted by B, down, and C. This makes enemies disappear from your radar, relying solely on your eyesight to spot them. The guide mentions this is especially challenging in missions, where you have to wipe out all enemies, as you won't know where the last ones are hiding. Finally, the Enemy Power Up command, performed with down, T, C, and A, increases the enemy's attack power. This mode encourages a more strategic and careful approach to combat, emphasizing precise control and tactical positioning. The guide suggests that mastering this mode, where even glancing hits can be fatal, is the ultimate test for Gungraphon players. This guide for Gungraphon veterans focuses on advanced combat techniques. Key maneuvers include upper body rotation, enabling players to circle strafe and maintain fire while evading. Hiding in cover and precise shots, uses cover for strategic firing and quick retreats, vital for accuracy and survival. Fixed point of view movement is crucial for high-speed combat, allowing players to track enemies and dodge simultaneously. An exercise mode time attack contest is announced with an April 26th deadline, with details on page 116. Additionally, the game's soundtrack will be released as a music CD on April 25th, featuring 12 tracks plus bonus tracks, including Shining Wisdom for 2,800 yen. This page dives into tactical strategies for Victory Goal 96, the football game. It explains how to use different formations to gain an edge. It details 12 different system formations from 442 to 541, each illustrated with player positions on a pitch and a short description of its strategic advantages or weaknesses. It highlights 7 key battle tactics: normal, offensive, defensive, counter, right side, left side, and central breakthrough, briefly explaining the characteristics of each in terms of player behavior and approach to the game. The page then transitions to club data, showcasing 2 teams, Shimizu Spulse and Jubilo Iwata. For each team, it lists player names, positions like GK, DF, MF, FW, and preferred foot, right or left. It also gives a short paragraph describing the team's style and notable players. For Shimizu Spulse, it mentions their simple but effective attacking style and highlights players like Toninho, Santos, and Massaro. For Jubilo Iwata, it mentions the addition of Brazilian players and their focus on wing play, with skilled forwards and wingers like Dunga. Victory Goal 96 provides team data for several J-League clubs, analyzing tactics and formations. Nagoya Grampus 8, with a 442 decibels, emphasizes strategic passing and coordinated play. Kyoto Purple Sangha, employing a 442, prioritizes defense and flank attacks. Gamba Osaka's 343 formation focuses on offense and strong wing play, while Cerezo Osaka utilizes a defensive 352, relying on set pieces. Sanfrecce Hiroshima, with a 343 decibels, aims for organized mobile soccer, often utilizing high balls. Avispa Fukuoka, also using a 442, focuses on defense, leveraging foreign players like Mayorga and Maradona Jr. Each team's data includes player positions, GK, DF, MF, FW, and preferred foot. This text discusses SEGA Rally Championship strategies based on a time attack contest. A key topic is the difference between using a standard gamepad and a racing controller. Analog controllers provide more nuanced steering for better grip and speed. The Nakamura driving style, focusing on high cornering speed, is confirmed as effective. Downshifting to first gear in tight hairpins, despite a temporary speed decrease, proves faster overall. Finally, the article suggests avoiding brakes in most situations, as they often cause unnecessary speed loss, favoring throttle and gear changes for optimal lap times. This page asks the question, do fast settings exist? And delves into optimal car setups for SEGA Rally Championship on different terrains. It breaks down settings for gravel, rough terrain, and tarmac, paved road. For gravel, it emphasizes softer settings, suggesting combinations like T1, FS1, 1 rupee, explaining that softer suspension improves grip and overall speed. For tarmac, harder settings like T5, FS3, 3 rupees are recommended to reduce body roll and enhance grip on paved surfaces, but cautions against making it too stiff to avoid impacting cornering. Screenshots illustrate these points. Below this section, there's a Sarsi Time Attack special interview featuring 3 individuals. Mr. Hattori from the CS Development Department, Mr. Masanori Osuke, a writer, and Mr. Takehiko Nakamura, also from CS Development. They are discussing the recently concluded Time Attack contest, with comments on how it unfolded from the initial stages and reflecting on the enthusiastic response from players. They talk about the surprising skill levels seen in the competition, especially in video replays, and express excitement about the future of these events. They also joke about the intensity of the competition and hope that players continue to enjoy and strive for better times in SEGA Rally Championship. This guide provides strategy tips for the building management game, The Tower, where the primary goal is to create a successful tower. The core gameplay involves managing residents and their needs to increase population and tower quality. 2 main stress factors affect resident happiness: movement and environment. Movement stress arises from elevator wait times and travel distances. The game visually represents stress, prompting players to optimize elevator timing and building layout. Environmental stress, particularly noise, is another significant challenge. Proper placement of noisy tenants and garbage disposal routes for shops are crucial. The key to victory is understanding resident characteristics and addressing their needs, as this significantly impacts satisfaction and tower development. This guide offers item placement strategies for The Tower across 4 key facilities: security room, maintenance room, infirmary, and event hall. Security rooms, vital for building grade and emergency prevention, are best placed around the 5th floor, up to a maximum of 10. Maintenance rooms, crucial for preventing cockroach infestations in guest rooms, should connect to garbage disposal with a dedicated elevator. The infirmary, essential for resident health, benefits from placement near lobbies and transportation. Event halls, designed to attract outside customers and boost revenue, should be located near guest rooms and commercial facilities. The guide also outlines map difficulty, noting 4 types: commercial city, beginner; business city, intermediate; international airport city, upper intermediate; and resort city, advanced. International airport city prioritizes hotel demand and event halls, while resort city focuses on attracting a large population and building various entertainment facilities. This page delves into the depths of Water Margin Romance Storm Clouds Rising, revealing 7 secret tips to elevate your fighting game skills. The page highlights combo mastery, starting with Lesson 1, which focuses on utilizing floating attacks and wall bounces to create devastating continuous combos. Featured are profiles of 4 characters: Kumonryu Shishin, Ichijoke Kosanjo, Kokusenpu Riki, and Kasan Os Hosan. Each profile details their secret arts and extreme arts. Powerful special moves, alongside example combo strings, you can learn and execute. You'll see button input combinations to pull off these impressive sequences, offering a glimpse into the advanced techniques available in the game. The page also touches on the conditions needed to unleash secret and extreme arts, noting their potential for massive damage and turning the tide of battle. This page continues the fighting lessons for Water Margin Romance Stormclouds Rising, offering 7 key tips to dominate your opponents. It dives deeper into combat strategy, starting with Lesson 2, which teaches how to use a special guard to escape tricky situations. Lesson 3 emphasizes strategic weapon usage, covering when to pick up, put down, or throw weapons. Lesson 4 and Lesson 5 both focus on barehanded combat, detailing continuous combo attacks and evasion techniques to counter opponents' moves. Lesson 6 introduces small jump and dash attacks to mix up your offense. Finally, Lesson 7 is all about timing your approach to aerial projectiles, teaching you how to skillfully evade and counter them. Character profiles are presented for Ryunshu Kosonsho, Tai Sujin, Katsuento Rigoshichi, and Manguchi Makoto. Each profile lists their secret and extreme arts with button inputs, offering example combo strings to master their unique fighting styles. For example, Ryunshu Kosonsho's profile highlights his close-range combat strength and powerful throws, while Tai Sojin is shown to be effective at mid to long range with strong punch attacks. Katsuento Rigoshichi excels at mid-range combat and has strong jump attacks. Manguchi Makoto is presented as a well-rounded character, with powerful throws and devastating close-range attacks. The page provides practical advice to improve your gameplay and master the nuances of each character's combat style. This page is a complete guide for the first mansion, the Spade Mansion, in Mansion of Hidden Souls. It mentions that the game has finally been released, and this guide is intended to help players navigate the first part of this adventure game. The page features an item list, detailing items, their locations, usage, and remarks essentially a checklist for players. For instance, it mentions items like spade, heart, diamond, and club keys and cards, found on the first floor, and items like joker cards and books of trumps, found on the M2 floor and used on the first floor. Some items have remarks such as, not needed, see, or reference mark, indicating further information, or if the item is carried over to the second mansion. Below the item list, there's a complete map of the Spade Mansion. The map is marked with numbers and symbols, and a legend below explains what these represent, such as doors, stairs, pictures, room numbers, switches, shelves, and windows. This visual guide is designed to help players navigate the mansion effectively. The page seems to provide a thorough overview and key items for conquering the first mansion in Mansion of Hidden Souls. This guide details the Spade Mansion in Mansion of Hidden Souls. It begins on the first floor, in the Mirror Room, where you must seal mirror monsters. The Great Hall requires pictures of the Spade Knight and Queen of Spades to obtain the Spade Ace card and proceed. The mezzanine features hidden passages and bookshelves and contains trump cards. First floor corridors include armored knights and a secret exit requiring a key and trump card. The second floor includes the portrait room with the flying squirrel family, requiring memorization of dates, and the coffin room, which has a Queen of Spades switch puzzle. The attic houses a skeleton and a memo clue. The basement involves descending stairs and fighting enemies, culminating in the torture room, where the second mansion key is found near a king doll. This room allows access to the second mansion, described as Chinese style and promising increased difficulty. This page is an Angelique special feature, diving into the compatibility system between guardians in the game. It explains that compatibility is determined by your star sign and blood type, which affects your relationship with the guardians. There's a table showcasing examples of compatibility, listing good and bad guardian pairings with numerical ratings. But essentially, it's about finding guardians who naturally get along with you based on these factors. The page then talks about a love flash feature to use when guardians are not compatible, suggesting it's a way to force better relationships, especially if they don't naturally get along. It seems to smooth things over and improve their connection. Finally, it mentions park dates as a key method to boost intimacy levels. It looks like successful park dates, answering questions correctly, significantly raises intimacy, while failures can decrease it. The page highlights that choosing the right answers during these dates is crucial for strengthening bonds with your chosen guardian, and warns that intimacy can decrease if dates are unsuccessful. This page offers advice for players of Angelique, focusing on the Queen selection exam. Players are advised to prepare a week in advance, prioritizing relationships with guardians. Seeking divine protection and advice from the Shrine Maiden are recommended for Queen candidates, as is fostering relationships with the continent's inhabitants. Becoming queen might take around 80 days. The page also discusses praying at a spring to potentially summon a guardian, but it depends on certain conditions. It provides romantic advice for two characters, Oscar and Julius.
For Oscar, the advice emphasizes assertiveness, detailing 3 love events.
With Julius, the advice is to be gentle and let him take the lead, also outlining 3 love events. Finally, the page recommends Angelique books, showcasing guides and anthologies related to the series.
This page is all about strategies for the SEGA Saturn game Dragon Force, focusing on the early to mid-game stages. It suggests playing through to the mid-game in one go and introduces the early stages. A key point is recruiting Hicks and Hilda as allies early on, emphasizing their value, and recommending players focus on gathering at least 3 companions to make things easier. The guide then moves on to defeating the evil Lord Bolgarno, who is presented as a challenging early boss in the Toranpan region. Defeating Bolgarno is essential to advance to Riam Palace, and the guide highlights his numerous followers, suggesting players should try hard to defeat him. Character-specific advice follows, starting with Tillis. For Tillis's path, the recommendation is to conquer Highland first, then Tristan, and then proceed to either Tradnor or Bozak. This path is suggested as beginner-friendly.
For Gongos, the strategy revolves around securing Mineral Town first, as it's strategically vulnerable to attacks from Izumo and Tradnor. Once Mineral Town is captured, players can decide which country to attack next, eventually aiming to move into Fanda territory. The guide concludes by suggesting beginners play as Mikazuki, Kya, or Leon, implying these characters offer an easier starting experience. This page continues the Dragon Force strategy guide, focusing on forming alliances with different countries after securing your initial territory. It encourages players to actively seek alliances to bolster their military strength for world domination. The guide details specific strategies for Tillis and Jumanon regarding alliances. For Tillis, it recommends heading to Moon Palace to form an alliance with Queen Wayne after defeating Bolgarno. It highlights that Tillis himself is heading in that direction, making it a straightforward alliance to secure, potentially gaining a new commander and troops from Moon Palace. For Jupanon, the strategy involves heading north towards Tristan, emphasizing capturing enemy commanders in the field while advancing. The guide mentions Junon's forces are well suited for this northern advance. There's also a section on encountering riotous Dokuro party enemies in the field. These are described as good for leveling up characters. When you are thinking about grinding, the guide points out that defeating these Dokuro party groups is an efficient way to raise character levels. The page concludes with character-specific advice for Jumanon, Leon, and Mikazuki. Jumanon's strategy is reiterated as focusing on alliances with Moon Palace and fighting in the Tristan area. Leon's approach is presented as slightly more challenging, starting in Fandaria and then expanding outwards. Mikazuki's strategy, considered for advanced players, begins near Mineral Town, with expansion towards Fandaria. Each character section includes a small screenshot of the game map, illustrating their suggested starting positions and expansion paths. This guide focuses on alliances and strategy in Dragon Force. Forming an alliance with Gongos of Bozak requires proving your strength. Encountering Hayate and Sailu in the forest leads to them joining your party, with a special gift from Hayate, but only if Mikazuki is absent. Aligning with Mikazuki is crucial for attacking Fandaria. Reynard of Tradnoa, a powerful magic user and Wayne's former friend, is also seeking allies. The guide emphasizes troop formations and tactics for conquest, particularly in early stages, where recruiting allies is easier than relying on battles. Items are found in specific locations, and thorough exploration is key. In the later game, sieges become essential for reinforcing troops and securing territory. This page highlights even more events awaiting in Dragon Force, focusing on the conflict between Riskima and Heim. It details a scenario where Riskima and Heim, both demonic lords, are rivals.
Riskima's fiancée, Sarah, is kidnapped by Heim, who also stole the Orb of Darkness from her. Riskima is determined to defeat Heim, retrieve Sarah, and reclaim the orb. The page shows screenshots of their special military skills in action. Riskima uses Flame Salamander while Heim uses Mega Tornado, and Resurrection Magic is also mentioned. Next, it introduces Xenon's demonic sword scenario. Xenon, a magician from Highland, seeks to challenge Wayne, the protagonist. Xenon, who carries the title of Light Knight King, is under the control of a demonic sword called X-Cries. Wayne must confront and defeat Xenon to break the sword's hold. Lastly, the page describes the arrival of the great sage Fleste. Fleste, a wise and legendary figure and successor to the goddess Astir, visits Wayne. He is there to guide Wayne, suggesting he travels to the Tower of Shadow located to the north. Finally, there is a section titled, Perfect, Unit Type Compatibility Chart. This chart details the strengths and weaknesses between different unit types in battle, like soldiers, knights, magicians, and more, indicating how effective each unit is against others, a key element for strategic gameplay.
This page celebrates the release of Dragon Force, with a special mode for players to enjoy. It's an interview with two developers, Pankichi and Hashi, who are humorously wearing paper bags over their heads with character faces drawn on them for anonymity. They are reflecting on the long development period and sharing some behind-the-scenes stories about creating Dragon Force. The interview touches on the initial development concept, with Pankichi mentioning they wanted to make a grand-scale simulation game with impressive battles and lots of characters. Hashi chimes in about the system side of things, and how they aim to make the battles feel real and engaging. They discuss the challenges faced during development, particularly concerning real-time elements, which were difficult to predict what would happen. Hashi points out the struggle with simulating complex bugs and action game timing issues, leading to many late nights fixing things. They also talk about the graphics, with Pankichi expressing that while they kept improving them until the end, he felt like they could have done even more. They wrap up by talking about the ending sequence and the relief of finally finishing the project, joking about the designers crying while working late into the night to complete it. There is also a Dragon Force prize section, likely related to player submissions or fan art for the game. This page announces the winners of the Dragon Force Great Illustration Contest, with different categories like the Grand Satamaga Prize, Special Prize, and Excellent Prize. The winners are listed with their names and prefectures, and their Dragon Force themed artwork is showcased. The page also continues the interview with Dragon Force developers Pankichi and Hashi. Pankichi talks about game difficulty, mentioning they aimed for a challenging but not impossible experience, comparing it to puzzle solving. He explains the game has around 160,170 characters in total, with roughly 120 being important in most scenarios. He also touches upon the number of troops, saying there are around 400 troop types. Hashi discusses technical limitations, specifically VRAM, and how it affected development. He mentions they struggled with memory constraints, especially with the number of characters and messages.
He humorously says they were constantly told, no more VRAM available. They talk about how they decided on the 8 ending variations due to CRIDROM limitations, and how they had to cut some planned scenarios. Hashi concludes by saying that while development was tough, seeing the positive player response made it worthwhile, and they are already thinking about the next project. Finally, there is a call for readers to send in illustrations and fan mail related to the game, providing an address for submissions. This page is all about the upcoming SEGA Saturn RPG, Lunar, Silver Star Story Express, scheduled for release in June. The page highlights that the cast and visuals are finalized and looking fantastic, emphasizing the high-quality graphics. It mentions that voice actor casting is complete, and the visuals have been significantly improved for this version. Shunji Suzuki is credited with overseeing the visual direction, ensuring a fantastic presentation. There's a section showcasing illustrations by Sato Atsuhiro, featuring the White Dragon, and praising how well the in-game graphics are being brought to life. Screenshots from battles are shown, emphasizing the impressive magic effects and dynamic combat. The game promises to be filled with magic, fitting the world of Lunar, and giving a strong RPG feel. The character cast list includes names like Arpeels, Luna, and Null, amongst others. Published by Kadokawa, Shooten, and classified as an RPG, the price is still to be decided, but a June release is planned. This page introduces us to some interesting companions in the world of Lunar, focusing on 2 characters, Nash and Mia, who live in the magical city of Vane. Nash is a wizard apprentice from Vane, and is described as a bit of a flirt, hinting at his feelings for Mia. Mia is the daughter of Lemuria, who runs the Magic Guild, and she's portrayed as serious about her duties but perhaps a little naive. The magazine highlights Vane as a famous magical city that floats in the sky, emphasizing that you need to use teleportation springs to get around in this place. It talks about the Magic Guild, which is a central location in the world, run by Galleon, and known for its elite members. We get to see some screenshots of Vane itself, showcasing its unique floating design and surrounding areas. There are also in-game battle scenes that give a glimpse of the magic and characters in action,
really emphasizing the atmosphere of the game. The reviewer suggests taking your time to explore the town and soak in the sights and sounds. The next page is Red Hot News. This page features an interview focusing on the making of Sakura Wars. We hear from Kaneko Yoshimasa, who was in charge of planning, production, script, and composition. He talks about how fortunate he felt to have worked on this project, especially with such renowned figures like Tanaka Kuhei, Fujishima Kuhei,
and Akahori Satoru involved, who drastically shaped the game's direction.
Initially envisioning a simulation game, it evolved into an adventure thanks to these influences, becoming a large-scale and deep story. Kaneko highlights Fujishima's character designs and Akahori's scenario writing, which brought an anime-like structure to the game. He felt truly lucky to have these three teachers guiding the project. He mentions the challenge of adapting the scenario into an adventure game format, and praises anime director Matsubara and CG/mechanical director Young for their contributions. He felt like his dream was coming true working on this title, considering himself half designer and half director, and mentions Morita being responsible for the game's settings and design. We also hear from Okumura Katsuhiko on the sales side. He mentions the coming soon pages in the magazine building anticipation for Sakura Wars. He notes the strong buzz and attention the game is already receiving, even before its release, across various media outlets. He emphasizes the importance of a smile in sales, using playful phrases and highlighting the positive reception and excitement surrounding Sakura Wars. He playfully refers to himself as an example of successful sales and marketing. This page is all about a bowling showdown, the second part of a Flame of Decisive Battle. It seems to be a fun event organized by the magazine. In the ABBA-style corner, we see Abe apparently busy with work even while on the phone, being teased about working too much. The scene shifts to Mussie's Chiba-chan saw, where Chiba-chan is on the phone, supposedly still working hard, as observed by someone named Mussie. Then it's off to the bowling alley. The white-hot battle section sets up a 2-on-2 bowling match between Abe and Kami versus Chiba-chan and someone else. The "and to the bowling alley" segment shows them heading to bowl for some exercise, with Chiba-chan being picked up along the way. We are introduced to Abe team and Chiba-chan team. Abe is described as confident in his bowling skills, and Kami is said to be skilled and unpredictable. Chiba-chan's team member is described as a magazine editor who's been bowling for a year. The results are in, and Chiba-chan team emerges victorious with a team total of 465 to Abe team's 369. The page humorously declares, "Before female college students. Complete annihilation. Everyone, sports," suggesting a playful rivalry and encouraging everyone to get active after this decisive bowling victory. This page is showcasing the Dandan Itadaki campaign, which roughly translates to Get It campaign, where SEGA Saturn owners can win original SEGA Saturn goods. There are two main prize courses. The SEGA Saturn Life course, featuring a SEGA Saturn cushion, or the Ice course, which is a SEGA Saturn carrying bag. To enter, you need to collect application stickers from newly released SEGA Saturn software packages. The page also features game recommendations from CAF and Namo, broken down into genres. In the shooting genre, they suggest games like Battle Garega, Gradius Deluxe Pack, and Rayforce, mentioning the deep gameplay and high skill ceiling these titles offer. For action games, they recommend the King of Fighters 95, Thor Tale of Twin Dragons, and Advanced vs. G2, highlighting the action RPG elements and command inputs. Lastly, for sports games, they suggest Victory Goal 96, FIFA Soccer 96, and Fishing Koshien, noting the realistic soccer action and unique fishing game. This page details two giveaways and game recommendations. The Carefree Select course offers 3,000 winners, a choice of fashion, hobby, or outdoor items using application stickers. The Satamaga present gives 300 people the Flash SEGA Saturn software. Entries require a postcard with opinions on the page before April 25th. Game reviews are categorized by graphics/theme. Polygon Life recommends High Octane, Virtua Cop, and Shinobi Legions. Animation Life highlights anime-themed games like 3x3 Eyes and Space Battleship Yamato. X-Life recommends adult-oriented imports like Mortal Kombat 2 Complete Edition, Idol Janshi Tsuchipai 2, and Revolution X, with age restrictions applying to Revolution X. The Sega Cup Tournament, for the game J.League Pro Soccer Club O Tsukuru, invites players to showcase their strongest clubs. To enter, clubs must be at least 10 in-game years old, with no cheating allowed. Only one application per player is accepted. Winners will see their clubs featured as opponents within the game. Matches will be auto-played for fair judging, and top players receive prizes. The tournament involves preliminary rounds in SEGA Saturn Magazine, leading to knockout stages. Application requires a postcard with personal details, the club password, and name, submitted to a Tokyo address before a specified deadline. Incomplete applications are invalid. This page is all about Gunblade NY from Sega AM3. It's being hyped as a super exhilarating gun shooting game. The tagline is, "Big Apple is calling your help. Move!" which really sets the stage. The game is set in New York City and promises a truly realistic depiction of the city. Apparently, the developers took over 2,000 photos in NYC to capture the atmosphere. They've focused on making the stages and enemy encounters very dynamic and changing. It sounds like the enemies even use AI to react differently, making each playthrough unique. The article emphasizes the fast-paced, no-holds-barred shooting action, saying you can just blast away as much as you want because ammo is unlimited. The screenshots show helicopters in action in city environments and intense street-level combat. It talks about iconic locations like Times Square and famous buildings being recreated in the game. The developer comments mention the effort involved in capturing the real scale of New York, and that they believe they've achieved a realistic representation on monitors. They also mention this is a next-generation gun shooting game and is currently in its final stages of development. They seem really proud of the AI implementation and the immersive experience of playing in a virtual NYC. This page focuses on Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi, highlighting a new character named Tommy. They are calling Tommy the third character to be revealed for the game, and they are a staff, con, user.
The article emphasizes Tommy's youthfulness compared to other characters.
It mentions Tommy is small in stature but has quick, nimble movements, allowing for fast-paced attacks. His weapon, the con, is described as having a short reach due to his size, but it compensates with diverse techniques and long-range attacks when swung around. The page showcases in-game screenshots of Tommy in action, demonstrating various moves with the con. It explains that all actions are rendered at 1/60th of a frame rate, suggesting smooth animation. The text also details the con as a basic weapon made of wood, and discusses its historical use in martial arts, mentioning Shaolin monks and famous stories like Journey to the West, where the Nyoi Kinkobo, or Azuish gold-banded cudgel, is used. It emphasizes that the con is versatile for both offense and defense, making it a strong weapon choice in Last Bronx. The reviewer seems impressed by Tommy and his unique fighting style with the con, positioning him as an easy-to-Owatu's character, even for beginners. This page announces that the stages in Last Bronx, Tokyo Bangaichi, are nearing completion, showcasing 3 of them: the Underground Stage, Shibuya Stage, and Shinjuku Stage. The Sataga Check section emphasizes the variety of actions available with weapons, making combat diverse and engaging. Moving on to character introductions, we meet Yoko, who fights with Tonfa, and Joe, who uses nunchaku, adding to the roster of playable fighters. The page then shifts focus to Decathlete, an upcoming arcade sports game centered on track and field events, promising accessible and enjoyable athletics gameplay. It highlights the button-mashing mechanics to break records in events like the 100-meter sprint, long jump, hurdles, and throwing events. The game is praised for its realistic character expressions, achieved through motion capture, bringing the athlete's emotions to life. Developers at AM3 Research express their enthusiasm for these realistic character animations, aiming to bring unprecedented realism to the sports genre. This page delves into the world of Cyber Troopers Virtual On, as part of Dr. Watari's Cyber Troopers Virtual On lecture series. It seems to be Volume 4, and the focus is on understanding the deeper aspects of the game, like Virtuoid codes and secrets. The page outlines a curriculum covering various topics, such as Virtuoid Now, secrets of each model setting, in-depth direct game lectures, worldview of Virtual On, development secrets, and even questions from listeners, hinting at a very comprehensive look into the game. The feature then zeroes in on a specific Virtuoid, the Belgschleudor, designated as SAV-07D, within the B04 Virtuoid explanation section. It details its specifications like head height, weight, and generator output. The page goes into the secrets behind Virtuoid codes, explaining the MBV04G code and the classification system,
listing categories like Main Battle Virtuoid, Heavy Battle Virtuoid, Experimental Battle Virtuoid, Support Attack Virtuoid, Tactical Reconnaissance Virtuoid, and Special Reconnaissance Virtuoid. The article also touches upon the development codes, mentioning that 13 Virtuoid types were planned initially, and lists a few development code examples for different Virtuoids. Finally, it briefly explains the model type classification codes and weapon types of the Belgschleudor, listing grenades, napalms, and large missiles as its armaments, and provides some ammo and rate of fire details for each. Essentially, this page is a deep dive into the lore and mechanics of Virtual On, focusing on the Belgschleudor Virtuoid in particular.
The Belgschleudor, in Virtual On, is a formidable Virtuoid with hidden combat potential. It boasts several strengths. Its attacks ignore terrain limitations, its missiles are especially potent, and it possesses surprisingly good armor for its type. Notably, it has the fastest lateral movement speed. It also enjoys unexpected popularity. The article also explores player feedback, focusing on variable form Virtuoids that can transform. Readers are discussing game mechanics and balance, particularly related to dashing mid-jump and farmed. Upcoming articles will delve into farmed, male living, and coloring contests, showcasing active community engagement and a desire for new features and strategic discussion. This page dives deep into Virtua Fighter 3, declaring it's time to re-examine all aspects of the game. The article recaps the recent AOU show in February, where Virtua Fighter 3 was a hot topic. They share impressions and photos from the event, emphasizing the game's aim for more realistic and exciting battles, exemplified by a subway stage. This is the final installment of the Road to Virtua Fighter 3 series from AM2, exploring what the developers are aiming for with 3. The page also begins a playback series, looking back at the history of Virtua Fighter from multiple angles. The first part of this series, from the October '93 issue, covers the birth of the series in 1993, highlighting the initial Virtua Racing and the development of the Model 1 board that birthed Virtua Fighter. The second part, from the November '95 issue, focuses on the birth of characters, detailing the challenging process of creating polygon characters for the original Virtua Fighter, and how main characters were chosen. We even get a peek at early character model experiments, with images labeled Polygon Korosuke Brothers and Red Armor 3 Musketeers, alongside a player select screen image. The article mentions that by 1993, AM2 had about 8 character names ready, though Akira wasn't among them initially, with slight differences in names. Virtua Fighter 3 aims to be the ultimate fighting game, building on the excitement from its AOU show debut. The game focuses on realism, with improved graphics, character movement, and expressive faces. The developers are keeping the control scheme simple, but refining it, introducing barcode battles, and focusing on diverse, realistic stages, with potential for destructible environments. The story will be more dramatic, with deeper character endings. Costume evolution is a key feature, with refined and expanded costumes for new and returning characters. This article also starts a playback series, looking back at the series' history, including its origins with Virtua Racing and the creation of polygon characters. This page dives into Virtua Fighter Kids, highlighting it as a version accessible to both veteran Virtua Fighter players and newcomers. The article breaks down what makes Kids unique, emphasizing significant changes in game balance compared to Virtua Fighter 2, making it easier to land single punches and new combos. They also discuss the increased game speed and how it impacts gameplay, especially for experienced players who need to adapt to faster reactions. The CPU battles are also noted as being different with smarter AI. The page points out cool new features like camera work that dynamically changes during special moves, short replays after big hits, and flashy finishing moves. There's also a section where 2 players, Ikebukuro Sara and London Kobayashi, give their impressions. Sara finds the game charming and cute, praising it as enjoyable for casual players. Kobayashi highlights the depth for hardcore players, especially in combos and mind games, despite the cute look. He mentions that it still retains the essence of Virtua Fighter, and players should expect a surprisingly deep experience.
Virtua Fighter Kids showcases unique finishing moves and poses with dynamic camera angles and short replays, distinguishing itself from Virtua Fighter 2. Each character's signature move is highlighted. Akira's Iron Mountain Fist, Pai's Flying Swallow Flash Strike, Lao's Continuous Body Turn Leg, Wolf's Shoulder Tackle, Jeffrey's Hippopotamus Attack, Sarah's Compulsory Knee Kick, Kagemaru's Moonfang Flash, Jackie's Somersault Kick, and Lion's Leaping Knee Step. The article also previews the Saturn version, which is based on the arcade game, but improved in graphics and sound, potentially surpassing Virtua Fighter 2. The next issue promises the Saturn release date and details on an impacting duel mode. This page delves into the marketing strategy behind Virtua Fighter Kids, specifically focusing on the Virtua Fighter advertisement campaign and its future impact. The article features an interview with Mr. Masahiro Honda from Otsuka Beverage, the company behind Java Tea. The discussion starts by confirming that the arcade version of Virtua Fighter Kids has just started operation, and they are now looking at promotional activities. The reason for using Java Tea in the campaign is explained its brand image as a non-alcoholic, refreshing drink targeting the 20 to 30-year-old demographic aligns well with the game's target audience. The interview mentions that they're using Jackie Bryant in TV commercials to promote Java Tea, leveraging his cool image. They discuss the effectiveness of in-game advertising, highlighting that while they were initially unsure about it, they received positive feedback from distributors who saw the campaign and found it appealing. The promotional plan includes distributing Java Tea in Sega's arcade facilities. The article concludes by mentioning that if you play games and get thirsty, please enjoy a refreshing sugar-free Java Tea. The bottom part of the page showcases Otsuka Beverage's sales campaign, featuring a range of drinks, including Java Tea, Energen, Calorie Mate, and Fiber Mini. It mentions the company's dedication to creating new and appealing products, as well as a gift campaign where 24 bottles of Java Tea are being given away. This page announces the new arcade game, Sonic the Fighters, from AM2 Research, highlighting original characters joining the Sonic family. It mentions the game is currently in location testing, and development is progressing rapidly, with a 70% completion rate. The page introduces two new characters, Bean the Dynamite, described as a bomb user, and Bark the Polar Bear, described as a throwing power character. It emphasizes mastering each character's special moves, showcasing some of Bean's bomb-based techniques and Bark's powerful throws. It also gives examples of special moves for other characters, such as Amy's Pico Hammer attack, which stuns opponents, and Fang's Corkscrew attack, which uses projectiles. The page stresses the importance of utilizing special moves and defenses in the game. A message from the AM2 development team explains that this version of the game was shown at the Amusement Machine Operators Union (AOU) show, and has been improved since then. They are focusing on adding more expressive animations and character details, aiming for a more engaging and fun fighting game experience in arcades. They mention that Bean is a soccer maniac who uses bombs, and Bark is a show version character, implying they are designed to be visually impressive and entertaining. The Virtua Fighter anime is entering its second season, with the article focusing on its highlights. An interview with scriptwriter Tsutomu Kamihiro reveals the first season emphasized Akira's growth and the relationships between Pai and Lao. The second season, set 3 years later, will center on a world tournament, echoing the game. The narrative will feature character development as Pain pursues Hollywood, Jackie races, cars, and Sarah studies. Akira will face new rivals and strive for self-improvement.
The anime balances adapting the game's story with original elements.
Big News announces that Takenobu Mitsuyoshi from AM2 is creating the opening theme song. Mitsuyoshi expresses excitement, revealing the song's fast tempo. The single, I Ga Tarinai Ze, Ain't Enough Love, is scheduled for release on April 24th. The article concludes with a 4-panel comic strip portraying Mitsuyoshi in a humorous and lighthearted manner. AM2 Research information highlights upcoming Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers merchandise for UFO catchers, including t-shirts, stickers, and posters. The page reminisces about the Model 2 baseboard's cost and reveals the Fighting Vipers in-game band name, Yaki Pan. Rumors circulate about Virtua Fighter 3 hidden characters. The AM2 Research Gallery features photos of cosplayers and game characters, previews, Virtua Fighter 3's new costumes, and a European ruins stage. Fighting Vipers 2 receives a mention regarding alternate character colors.
Comic strips with gaming humor are also included. A premium gift bag giveaway includes donuts and other prizes discovered during an office move. Finally, a lottery offers a chance to win a Yu Suzuki and Sadama Gundam design t-shirt by submitting postcards with AM2 game-related thoughts and artwork. This Sega Saturn soft review section presents various opinions on upcoming games. Angel Paradise Volume 1, a puzzle game with movie footage, received positive reviews from the Lady Users Group and Game Mania Group, who enjoyed the idol dating theme and puzzles, despite some eye strain. A guest reviewer, while a fan of the idol, found the game simple, though they also gave it a perfect score. Centner Elmos's Labyrinth, an RPG blending simulation and RPG elements, was praised for its ambition, but criticized for repetition. Another, unnamed RPG, possibly with naval battle simulation, received a lower score due to its complex, unbalanced system and difficulty. The reviewers suggest it may be overwhelming for players and needs simplification.
Titan Wars, a 3D shooter, is praised for its graphics and intuitive controls, reminiscent of Star Fox. While high rollers enjoyed the intense gameplay and polish, guest writers found the integration lacking, and some users found it too linear. Famethor, Spirit Warrior Chronicle, an action RPG, received positive feedback for its anime-style characters, smooth animations, and balanced gameplay. High rollers highlighted its polish, while guest writers emphasized its depth and freedom, suitable for exploration-focused players. iRame Arcade Classics, a compilation, offers nostalgic fun with faithful arcade recreations. However, guest writers found the package lacking impact, and users felt it only appealed to hardcore fans, questioning its value compared to other options. The next page dives into reviews for a few more titles. First up is Sorcerer Hunters, noted for appealing to female fans with its story and visuals, though it seems to be a digest version with limited gameplay elements. Reviewers felt it was enjoyable if you are a fan of the series, especially for the charming character interactions. Then we have Devil Summoners, Soul Hackers, which seems to be a hit, particularly for collectors. It's praised for its comprehensive demon database and the fun of collecting and fusing demons. Reviewers highlight the deep gameplay and satisfying demon collection aspect, making it a must-have for Mega 10 fans. Lastly, there's Danpachi, a vertical scrolling shooter. While it's recognized as an intense and orthodox arcade-style shooter, it receives mixed feedback. Some reviewers found it to be straightforward and fun in short bursts, while others pointed out issues with slowdown and the game feeling a bit overwhelming with too many enemies on screen. The auto slow motion feature is mentioned as being questionable, perhaps hindering the gameplay pace. Overall, opinions seem split on Danpachi, with some appreciating its classic arcade feel and others finding it lacking in certain aspects. This page features reviews of 4 games. First up is Mega Man X3, which is praised for its visual presentation being similar to anime, making it appealing to female players. The reviewer notes the graphics are great, like an LD game, and it's a challenging action game with tricky traps and enemies. Next is Baseball Village People. The reviewer thinks the graphics would appeal to girls and says it's easy to play even if you dislike adult games. They found it puzzle-like and enjoyable despite being an adult game hater themselves. Laplace Panic is described as a collection of mini-games, like roulette and poker, that are simple to play and clear. The graphics are considered average, but it's good for killing time. Finally, there's a section commenting on games that rely heavily on famous voice actors. The reviewer acknowledges that many popular voice actors are featured, making it appealing for voice actor fans, but suggests the games themselves are often simple and targeted towards an adult audience. They feel that while the voice acting is great, more effort could be put into the game itself, especially in terms of visuals and gameplay depth.
This guide unveils hidden features and tricks for Sega Saturn games. In The King of Fighters 95, holding L or R during team edit saves your custom team. For J.League Pro Soccer Club Wotsukuru, access the Facemaker feature by inputting a specific directional button sequence followed by pressing Y and Z or A, Y and Z simultaneously. Entering Yono Nakazini Ya, dollar, as your team name grants 10 billion yen, while Staff Mitai unlocks the staff role. A secret pocket money event, triggered by viewing tournament records, provides extra funds annually. Finally, in the office, press Z to enter viewpoint change mode, using directional buttons and X/EZ to adjust the camera angle.
This page details several hidden secrets in SEGA Saturn games.
In Fishing Koshien, using Arenkusu Hayashi as the school name unlocks a winner data option, allowing players to choose any round. Moero Pro Yaku 95 doubleheader features an ending sequence trigger. During a pennant race setup, reset the game and input left right up down left right right to hear a sound before starting a game to view the ending. Neon Genesis Evangelion has a skip function, pressing the Z button on the 2P controller during gameplay advances to the next story point. Finally, Godzilla Archipelago Shockwaves reveals a dancing Godzilla appearance on the game over screen after a brief wait. The page also solicits submissions for other SEGA console secrets. This page features an interview with film director Kaneda Ryu, who transitioned into game development. He talks about his early career, making around 30 film works as an assistant director, then debuting as a director with Kiss of the Full Moon. He mentions working on Video Girl A as a film adaptation. Kaneda discusses his entry into the game industry, highlighting his work on Leave It to Us, Exorcism Business, for the SEGA Saturn, a game he felt offered a unique and interesting challenge. He touches upon the shift from 16-bit pixel art to visual-focused scenarios in games, noting the influence of cinematic techniques like montage in game development, especially for games like D. He appreciates the advancements in 32-bit consoles, enabling more movie-like experiences in games. He expresses optimism about the convergence of film and games, believing that the combination creates new possibilities. Kaneda also mentions the collaborative nature of game development with programmers and designers, a different experience from film production. He concludes by expressing his desire to continue working in the game industry, hoping to surprise players with his future projects. The page also includes a preview box for Leave It to Us, Exorcism Business, showcasing gameplay and characters, along with a promotional box at the bottom right, for a game featuring characters named Hana and Waka-chan, asking about friends in the hospital. The game, Leave It to Us,
Exorcism Business, is described as a feel and exciting adventure game. This page is showcasing reader presents from SEGA Saturn Magazine. There's a chance for 20 lucky readers to win a SEGA Saturn game of their choice, as long as it was released by April 12, 1996. They are also giving away posters, with 3 people able to win a King of Fighters 95 poster featuring Kyo Kusanagi. If you are a fan of anime, there's also a Tenchi Muyo handkerchief up for grabs for 3 winners. For sci-fi fans, 5 people can win a Cyberdoll poster, which is noted to be going on sale in May 96. Sonic fans are in for a treat, with 3 prizes of Sonic the Hedgehog, autographed illustrations by the voice actor. Lastly, 5 people can win a poster for 7 Stars God Gayford. At the bottom, it's mentioned that the SEGA Saturn Magazine 5 1024th combined issue will be released on April 26th. There's also a staff list and some copyright information. This page showcases Reverthion, a high-speed 3D versus action STG game. It boasts polygon graphics creating realistic battlefields for intense combat. The game features 8 unique mecha units, each with distinct forms and abilities, allowing for diverse attack styles. Players take on the role of pilots controlling these mechas, and there are 8 varied characters to choose from, each contributing to a dramatic storyline. A 2-player versus mode is also included, offering heated battles between friends with adjustable field sizes and handicap options. The page includes in-game screenshots and character portraits to give a visual impression of the game. This page showcases Hyper Reverthion, confirming its release date as May 24th. It emphasizes the game's versus mode capabilities, mentioning it supports link cable battles, but also helpfully notes that you can still enjoy 2-player fights on a single screen using screen split if you don't have a link cable. For those eager to try it out early, the page points out that a playable demo of Hyper Reverthion is included in Saturn Super Volume 6, which was already released on May 8th. The page features striking visuals of the game, including character portraits and in-game action with the mecha units, all being developed by Technosoft. This page is all about the game Thor, Legend of Oasis, an action RPG for the SEGA Saturn. The page highlights its exciting action, emphasizing how it changes the RPG world. It talks about the multi-layered map design, which features 3D battles and lots of traps. It's described as a graphical adventure showcasing rich and unprecedented action. The music is also a big selling point, with a mention of a new Sense classical orchestra score by Yuzo Koshiro, aiming to boost the adventure feel. The game was scheduled to be released on April 26th at a price of 5,800 yen,
and is categorized as an action RPG. The page also includes screenshots of the gameplay, character art, and the Sega Saturn console itself, suggesting it is a key title for the system. There's also a small advert for the Sega Saturn console, with a suggested retail price of 20,000 yen.